Hey Juan, hey, hi, how's it going? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh wait, what's going on? I started the game and it's going on? Oh man, wait. Hello! Okay, so this is the first time that I try to stream with the mobile phone attached. No, not Elgato, nothing. So you're not able to see the cutscene here. Wait. Can I fix this somehow? Because it picks up the... Can I change this? Let me see if I can capture this. Where is it? It's this one? Which one is it? Okay guys, I don't know, let me find out how to clear this up here. It doesn't show, okay. So it directly catches the... Okay, give me 1 second. So we're going to try this on my phone. If this doesn't work, we have to switch over to the emulator. The ratios are a little bit off here though. Let me see if I can fix this. How is this for viewing? Does this work? Yeah, the problem is I'm using a script that basically makes it possible for me to stream phone, and yes, because else it's going to be very stretched, right? So I have to kinda... It mimics my phone, yeah. But because the thing is, they have basically Dragon Ball Legends style of movement, and I got it ready on my emulator. So if this doesn't really work, we have to switch over. But the problem on the emulator is that it doesn't really work either. Like it's all small, you know, it's all like this. Because it's portrait mode. So let's see. Okay, so how's the quality? Yeah, it is better quality. Because I tried to set up the emulator, but it's just... In terms of using the mouse is kind of awkward. It's good? Okay. So I will leave it like this then. And, well, if there are some cutscenes, I don't know how to change this, to be honest. I don't know if I need a special software for that. But for the time being, we're going to keep going. So we have a card system. Or you can chain them. So you have ranged melee attacks, which is nice. So you can one tap. Can you combo tap? You can combo tap. Oh, and they launch too. Can freely control the character. Can you move? Oh, you can move! What? Oh, you can move! Bro, why are they showing static crap like that in the pro material? Look, you can move! I sound super surprised, but yeah. Is there a vanish gauge or something? You can disengage? So if I do this, right? Oh, I can change this into the melee. Oh, that's nice. Okay, basically it's Bleach, but Dragon Ball Legends. Special move? Is it laggy? Oh, let me see if I can. This is the normal resolution, by the way. This is how it emulates the thingy. I have to move this around a little bit during the cutscene here. Let's see if I can frame this proper. So that at least you guys can see it. Visually, this looks beautiful. It has that Rebirth of Soul style to it. Like, Ixon was right about that. Wait, but this is... Oh, this is really post Thousand Year Blood War then. It's so weird to me that he chooses to be in his normal drip there, in his normal Shinigami drip. Okay, guys, you have to tell me if you guys want to have it like this, or if I should stretch it out a little bit. What is better for the eye? I feel like this is a little bit too small, right? I could possibly stretch it out like this. Okay. So this is the customization. Wider is better? Okay. A little too wide? Wait. Yeah, I need to buy maybe a proper capture device. Hey Malaku! You thought I were I'm Swiss. I'm never late. Never late. Just a little bit stretching. Like this. Let me see if I can just a little bit stretch it up and down a little bit like this. Yeah, the proportions are a little bit off. Hey, Anki, ready to make more content? Always. Don't remind me. Bro, what a pain. I said I released the guide. Oh, yeah, but the problem is if I stretch in length, then you will lose the text and stuff. That's the problem. I mean, we can check with the emulator real quick if you guys prefer that one. Let me open up the emulator. Just in case. But the problem with the emulator is that I don't have a proper overlay for this. And not with the script that I'm using, because I tried vertical streaming, but that didn't really work. So on the left is the emulator. This one here is the emulator. This is the proper proportions, basically. Now the question is, can I hide the navigation bar here? So which one would you prefer? Emulator works? Because if I do this, then it just stretched out, right? Okay, so we will have to keep it like this then. So we go with emulator? Much cleaner? Okay. Okay, then let me turn this off real quick. So just from the movement alone, we have to experiment a little bit though. Because the movement is kind of awkward. It is Dragon Ball Legend style, right? Where you can move and stuff. But I'm not expecting it to be super fast anyway, so let's see what we get here. It feels slower paced for sure. Okay, so we are back here in the customization. Alright, so we have two genders. Teenage and teenage. Can we change? This is just a body type then. Okay. So we have different hair options here. Oh, that's quite a bit of customization, right? Not too much, but it's fine. Can I zoom in? Thank you. Boo! No Ankh representation. Yes, bad game. Bad game. But we can we wait. Can we try and make him look like an Ankh? This looks like a Walmart Toshiro. Not gonna lie. There might be more here, by the way. Can we unlock customization? That would be nice. There's something here too. And this looks like some kind of accessoires, maybe? Teimo Toshiro. I am guessing you won't reroll and play it raw. I mean, from what I heard, you can reroll on the first banner as much as you want, right? Okay. So option-wise, it's fine. I guess a little bit more customization would have been nice if you give us an avatar. But maybe this is just for purpose of... There is quite a few customization options. Maybe they're going to increase this, maybe, hopefully, once it releases. Who's ready to hate on Mirror's High? I am not. Yeah. We don't know, Juan. We don't know. Actually, let me move the text a little bit. I have to... The problem is, I tried to design a background, but the emulator was messing with it. I couldn't create a mask for this. So I hope that this works. So, yeah, for... Out of the shower, Toshiro? Yeah. So for when the game releases, I will hopefully have Elgato and everything set up. No way! Atro betrayed the BSR committee for Mirror's Eye. Yes, yes. Zephyr! Do you bring Stefan along? Where's Stefan? I mean, yeah, again, the options are okay, I guess. There's not like much here, right? Let's go with a Teimo Toshiro. Yeah, how is everybody doing? Are you hyped for this game that we don't know much of? How is the volume? I feel like the volume is low, right? He said he was going to be here, but I don't see Stefan here. Hakim, please don't remind me. I just released the freaking guide, man. Niva, fake news, fake news. It wasn't because of the bad tooltips, it was because of the bugs. By the way, just real quick, I'm going to read the lore here, okay? Let's put this on auto. You have a 2x button? Oh, that's cool. Okay, let's see how fast 1x is. No, they're not buffs. They're not buffs. They're reworks. Is there sound? It should be. Let's see. You skipped the lore? How much content is there? No, I'm just messing with you, Hakim. There are buffs. Yeah, they are buffs. So this is where the licensing money has gone into, huh? Yo, I was focusing on the text, but I don't want to say nothing, but man, seeing the characters design, 3 out of 4 seem Soul Reaper. That's all I'm going to say. Oh man. I'm reading the text, by the way, I swear. Hey Nightmare, hi, how's it going, man? So what was the story about again? I forgot. Original Kubo design, yeah, exactly. It's like original. Gunning is back, yeah. I feel like it never left, but man, holy. The voiceover is nice though. In general. Yo with a close-up though. Bro! Okay. What was the other Bleach game? I forgot. What's going on, bro? Let's start with the basic. Purifying, eliminating hollows. Yeah, because this is what it looks like. It looks like we are back to the basics. Yeah. It's so... You know what's the problem? Everybody else looks like quote-unquote normal. They have a cool design, right? And then just Naru is there just being basically in a bikini. Can you rewind? I will make a 1-hour compilation of this, okay? Of this, just to showcase how good the voiceover is. I will have cut it out from the stream and then put together, you know? I will remix it for you, Hakim, okay? The funny thing is, the close-up sent me laughing that I don't know what's going on. Yeah, my camera tracks my movement, yeah. Money! Because I am... The thing is... This is no joke, by the way. I'm so lively, right? That I feel like if I don't have the camera follow me around, suddenly I'm off screen and you guys don't see what I'm doing because I'm off screen. So that's why I put it on. If it's, by the way, if it's kinda annoying, I can turn it off too. But I thought it was a nice addition to the stream. Just before we continue, real quick, when I was rewatching the VOD for the 10 million showcase that I was doing on stream, And when I did it, I leaned back, right? And then this happened. It looks so cool. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Wait, what? The spirits are... Oh, what? Are we going to play him? Yuzak still arguing with AJ? Yeah, leave them alone. They like you to talk stuff, so... Someone told you it has better PT system than BSR? I don't know. From what I heard, you can re-roll, right? Right away. But to be honest, I don't like making comparisons between systems that are not similar. If the systems are not similar, what I'm going to compare it with is something that I know, which is Dragon Ball Legends. I like the visual design is really nice. I like the thing that happens in the background, that it's not Nuru.
空気読まずにフォローを全部やっちまったのかもな。死神代行黒崎一護さんを KY 扱いか。無知とは罪深きことよな。なんだと
So, what I wanna know, how can she fight in a bikini? Do you need to ask? I mean, we have Rangiku running around. The empty void, we don't know. We don't know. Isn't it just a frog chick from My Hero? I'm not familiar with My Hero, to be honest. I haven't seen it in a long while. But 20 multis to get one SR guaranteed? We will find out. Let's first see what's going on here with Ichigo. 200 PT seems excessive. 200 PT seems excessive. But yeah, again, we don't exactly know when it's going to be released. I was scrolling the subreddits, and it seems like a lot of people say that it's still a lot of work to be done. No carryover PT, that's bad. Wait, you know what? Yeah, Niwa. Malaku is already counting down the seconds for the first episode that is going to be out in 2 days? You can do that in 2026? I mean, to be honest, Dragon Ball Legends did this. They added pity, and it's still really bad. Because the pity is basically pay to win. So, the voice acting is quite nice though. Let's put this into 2x though. Let's see how fast this is. This stream is not going to be that long, what people expect. I mean, I think this will be one of the first few tests that they are going to do, right? Just to check on the general direction that they need to go. Usually if there is only a skeleton, this is a little bit too fast. Usually when they do this kind of skeleton tests, they want to see how the people react and what kind of feedback they give before they implement stuff. Battles are restricted? Yeah, Nightmare, we can go over this. So what I'm planning to do is, let's see how deep the closed beta is. Mostly, the thing that I want to know, this is the purpose for me for the closed beta. Is it something that I want to cover, yes or no? That's the purpose. Because the thing is, for me, right? If this is like similar to Dragon Ball Legends, I wouldn't mind a Bleach Dragon Ball Legends. I wouldn't mind at all. But it also means that I have to upgrade my stuff, so, because if I'm going to stream this, for example, or if I have to record this, then I want to have a proper setup. This is just like put together. It's like we are like this is like being in a shed and eating a gourmet dinner, you know. No training battle like in BSR, yeah, that's tough. I mean, Dragon Ball Legends is what, 8 years old now, and it doesn't even have one. It would be nice if they put like a trial for the characters though. Kiko was in a fight for 20 minutes. What kind of fight? Like here? The only Dragon Ball Legend still alive is because of PvP, to be honest. But let's be completely honest. They tried PvE, they tried a few things, and nobody wanted to play it. Because okay, the hot take, it was the biggest mistake of Dragon Ball Legends to have vanished, to have the combat mechanics not work the same way in PvP as in PvE, because they didn't want you to combo the NPC to death. And the input reading is really bad in PvE too. So it's not like they did themselves any favors when it comes to PvE. So if this can alleviate those problems a little bit, what I'm looking for is having a little bit more depth to it, you know? In Dragon Ball Legends there is a lot of 50-50 going on. Damage reduced. Why? Because we are higher power? Why is the damage reduced? I mean, to be fair, with the new battle motions and stuff that they have, with the new dynamic battles, it's gotten a lot better. Now you have a proper skill ceiling somewhere. An attack warning appeared. Check the type action of the enemy it will unleash. So it's red, green, blue. You have higher spiritual pressure. So if I have lower spiritual pressure, I'm going to take more damage. Oh, it's refreshing to see new holos too. Though I always felt like holos were a cool villain in the Power Ranger kind of thing. Yeah, I guess so. I don't mind that. This is the opportunity to do some serious damage. Follow up with a combo. So. Action cards have affinities. Look at the warning and counter with an adventurous card. Like something like this, for example, is really, really cool. It's like the Dokababy thing there, but in dynamic. No, Nightmare. If the stream is going to be short, I'm going to play BSR2. Oh, damn. Wait, what? So they have normal typings here. They have normal typings here, and this is special typings. I guess this is light and dark, and this is maybe... Okay, we will see, we will see. You can also avoid text by flicking. Let me... I need to do one thing though, real quick. Let me create... If I use this... Oh yeah, perfect, perfect. Okay, now we're talking, now we're talking. Can I... wait. Give me 1 second, guys. I have to do this... So I'm so sorry, I have to do this on the fly here real quick. Bearbeiten. Okay. Maiko is a character who excels at closing gaps. Charge the enemy and attack using her normal attacks and arts. Maiko's skill yellow is projectile parry. Oh wait, but this is... Wait, what? Just... okay. Can we be positive about the game a little bit before we trash it? Because this is really cool. Coming from Dragon Ball Legends, having already this kind of depth into the game is quite nice, to be honest. So any kind of blue card, you can counter it. Okay. Can I double click this? Oh yeah. So we can chain this. Can I chain this into... So I can chain this back to back. You do it on a lower pace so he understands everything. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I wanna see what's going on. I don't care if you're just watching to speed through this, then what's the point, you know? And also, to be completely honest, I'm really intrigued in knowing what's going on with the story here. Schlüsselhinweise aus. Because I really think it's worthy, if they have a good lore here, if you have the good story here, that maybe even ties into the Hell arc, that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Because now you have a Bleach game that goes after the Thousand Year Blood War. Yeah, but I would say to wait for the Ichigo plot with the Hell arc. I mean, we have a big gap between the Hell arc and Thousand Year Blood War arc finishing, right? Later on you can check the list of character skills abilities, is pretty nice. Nice. I'm opened, granted by pity. Yeah, the pity is I think the pity is the biggest drawback so far, from what I've heard. Story's cut short in the beta, but you're gonna see that awesome cutscene with Ruki and Ichigo. Yeah. Some issues. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this is my opinion. You can compare it with Dragon Ball Legends as much as you want, right? But at the end of the day, the IP is what carries. That's what it is. If you like the IP, you will prefer this over DBL, no matter what kind of issues it has. You get 50 gems daily. But again, I would say, when it comes to economy, I would wait and see how it goes to be on release, right? Because the thing is, what if we have a lot of events that give free stuff, you know? What if it's like BSR? Because BSR, let's be honest, if you would only log in daily and do the daily, you don't get jack. It takes you years to get a summon. 2027? Wasn't it announced for 2026? There is no way they're going to wait for 2027, is there? Did they delay it for so far back? I mean, personally, just real quick, I don't mind, because I have my diploma in March, so if they delay it, the better. Just wait until after the BSR anniversary, please. I have a lot of content to do. Yeah, but Quan, you know that's not the case. We are in the internet age of era of things, so people are going to judge it as it is right now, because it's going to be trash, because they feel like it's going to be trash. So, again, I want to focus this on Mirror's High, but I know that we have a lot to talk about with what the devs said today. And I will also make a dedicated video about that. Yeah, it was said to be summer. So, I mean, let's be honest, they could just have a closed beta test just to stress test the game, right? Because 20k people joining in is not just a small test. Exactly, you can see the general direction of the game in the CBT. And I mean, as much trash as we wanna give to Bandai and stuff, it's not like they're unresponsive to feedback. Yeah, we have just 3 banners, I think. I operate a humble candy store in town, and you are... I can't really say. I'm going to be mysterious. They shouldn't release it in the States though, the game not ready for release. I mean, the problem... It's always tough to judge, because it's always like... You have so many devs that hold back on the current build and stuff like that. They're going to let you play a more polished, older build that doesn't break down. So we don't really know. We know the general direction, but what if? I mean, it's a bad thing to have a PT system like this in the game, but at least now we see it and we can give feedback based on it, right? So when the game releases and it's free, of course, you can judge for yourself if the PT system is a major red flag for you or not. But again, how many times was Dragon Ball Legends going to be dead, called that, and it's still alive and even kicking? Even it's getting more and more hyped as we go. The thing that surprised me already is that we are freely movable in the arena. That's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah, maybe I'm too lax when it comes to having issues with games because I used to play a lot of games with a lot of issues. I mean, I played Cyberpunk on release. Yeah, I'm not trying to look at the sub number. It has been crazy. It has been crazy. Where before it was like, oh man, we did in a month. We doubled, even more than doubled the sub count in a month. Absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. Yeah, Cyberbugs. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm from an old generation of gamers. We used to play Gothic 1 and 2 really bugged and we didn't care. So... guys, I'm a very simple... I'm a simpleton a little bit, you know? You give me something that I can enjoy in a general sense of ways, that it's not really hindering me, and I will have a good time with it. Because... how many Bleach games did we have that were good? Except for Rebirth of Souls. You know, we are starving for over a decade for any Bleach content. And we get a content here with 1000 Year Blood War, lore after the war, and customizable character, and, you know, cool animations. Because I like the animations. I like the presentation here. It looks good, man. I have a special request for the 1000 substreams. No, for the 1000 substream, we already said that we are doing on a pixel side by side. That's the 1000 substream special. To be honest, you will love Star Wars gacha game. I'm playing Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. I've been a long time fan for Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, man. Yeah, but it doesn't need to be BSR, right? What I'm looking for is something different. Like the thing that Bleach Brave Souls cannot give me. Even though I like the action aspect and everything else, it just doesn't give me the same, you know, je ne sais quoi. Just a little bit more spice. And it's, well, to be fair, visually, I'm not too into this chibi style graphics. That's all. The gacha? Wait, they have a gacha coming out? All anime games need to make their own Xenoverse. I mean, they tried and some failed pretty hard. Naruto. Not gonna lie, BSR for me, even for the call, it feels dry. Yeah, but... on the one hand, this is just such a high compliment you have, because you're like, I want to play BSR so much that there is no content to play for, right? And then on the other hand, it's still a mobile game. So, how much content can we really expect to be played daily before it gets to a point where it's too much? That's the... And the thing is, let's be honest, how many of you guys have pushed the Infinite Tower? How many of you guys have played Adventure Mode? How many of you guys have tried to rank higher? There is nuance to it, because the Adventure Mode, for example, gives you, if you can do the reruns, you get cards, and I'm getting distracted by the girl on the left, obviously. Why design it this way? Why? Can I ask you why? There is no reason. Tite Kubo cannot make up a lore reason why she's designed that way. Anyways, what I wanted to say is this. There is a lot of content that you can go through still Exactly. If you did all of the content, if you've done all of the content, that's the highest compliment you can give to the game, because this means you have completed over 80 to 90 hours of gameplay. That's crazy to me for a free game. So what's this? We can edit teams. Oh, okay. With Ulquiorra, I nuked everything. Yeah, that makes sense. Ulquiorra is kind of nice, no? Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? If you did so much in the game, then, I mean, it's expected to have a dry period. Exactly. So it just goes to show how good the gameplay is that you have done everything. Landing chain attacks will allow you to perform link attacks with your allies. Is this a way to switch out? Oh, okay. Characters who perform link attacks will go on cooldown, so use them wisely. Let's see. Gira is the character who excels at close combat. Getting close to the enemy and use Arts 1 for effective combo. So... okay, let's see. So this is her basic. He dodged me! So wait, how is it? I have to learn the commands. So blue is green. So if I chain this into him, for example, I can reuse the special right away. Yeah, this special look nice, not gonna lie. Why is it switching automatically? What is this? Is this a dodge bar? I cannot dodge with her. Oh, wait. Oops. Wait. Give me 1 second. This is messing with his control scheme. Oops. Okay, you can chain them together. No, because I was pressing to move around, and it pressed to switch them out. Yeah, my key bindings were cooked. My bad. Yeah, again, I'm playing on the emulator, I'm not used to playing this kind of games on the emulator, so please bear with me. I'm trying my best here. Yeah, you can dodge and move. In the event a B1 trial Ulquiorra and Aizen does better damage than my B2, how is this shit possible? Which event? All the trial characters should be B6. Hank Hands cannot keep up. Okay, we are not going to cover Bleach Mirror's High anymore, we're going to switch over to BSR. That has gone too far, Juan! This is all voiced. It's not bad. I don't know which event you're talking about. His auto counter is on the weapon. There B6. I had achieved better score with my Yuri in there and trial Ichigo than using my own. The damage difference was like double or triple. Having Shueisha backing you makes a difference? Yeah. This is the only thing that really irks me a little bit playing this is seeing the quality and what they're doing here. And then we are struggling to get fake Karakura Town chapters out, you know? It's like, bro. I look like Higuain. Are you from Argentina? No. I am from Switzerland. Who is Higuain? A player? Football player? To be honest, Shueisha treats BSR like a middle child. Well, I am a middle child, and I wasn't being treated that way. So, F Shueisha. Shueisha give plot armor to Mirror's High, not BSR. They have forgotten. Hey, is he handsome? If so, yeah. Thank you so much for comparing me to him. And if he's ugly, no, I'm not anything like he looks like. Not at all. Yes, Nightmare, yes. But I want to make this part a little bit more streamlined to Bleach Mirror's Eye, because I know there's a lot to talk about. I know. I already heard in the Discord about the buffs. But yeah, we have to read through the dev statements. He's the World Cup hero for Argentina in 2010. Who did they play against? Wasn't he playing in Serie A? Higuain. Juventus, oder? Hakim, don't start that here. Don't put this... Just, let's be honest, don't put this on any country because the refereeing was bad throughout the whole qualifying queue. Ah, Juventino. That's why I remember him. I didn't like him. Milanista. Hakim doesn't... Hakim is everywhere, bro. He's like... Okay, let's see if I can get the controls down first. Because I need to get used to this. I also have to use the mouse, I think. But the combat for the moment is not that fast. Oh, it's a clash. A clash is triggered when two attacks of the same type collide. I like this system, by the way, better than what Dragon Ball Legends does. Not gonna lie. So far. Yeah, that's your father's problem. Why would you pick Juve if you can pick Milan? Allows you to retaliate and unleash a combo. But I can chain this into... Can I chain cards into... Okay, so... A special wins against everything. They are neutral. They just have the base. So the percentage that you saw is just a base thing, and then you have to go for this. So you do... Okay, but is it just me, or do you want to be a little bit strategic when it comes to expanding cards? Because if you're going to waste all your cards from the get-go... You trigger Clash Battle. Okay. I don't know, MD. I don't know. I hope soon. It looks cool. No, bro, my father doesn't have problems anymore. Yeah, because he's not Juventino anymore. Okay, so if you dodge and you use... Give me... What is this? Is this a dodge? So we can clash. This is cool, not gonna lie, this is really nice. Can I switch manually? Oh yeah, you can. Or you do an attack. Oh! Can I outrange him if he does a melee attack? Or can he always jump forward? Okay, so they can reach you regardless, feels like. Oh, and you can you can counter the tap with a card. Did you support Juve? I mean, loving Juve is what made him, you know, not be able to enjoy football as much as he could. The enemy has been staggered. Use actions to charge a soul gave drive. How many do you need? Does it matter which card I use? This looks so cool, by the way. This looks really cool. I like this. Yeah, but you cannot hate on Ronaldo Nazario for playing anywhere. I mean, he played in Inter and I still love him. It's Ronaldo. Who cares? What that dude did on one knee, I couldn't even do standing up on two knees. It's incredible what talent he had. It's kind of a shame to not see street ball too much anymore in the league today. Oh, Portuguese Ronaldo? Who cares? Don't call him Ronaldo, call him CR7. Let's start a fight. Seems to be a rock, paper, scissors system to some degree. Yeah, it is. But on a good way. On a good way. I'm really wondering how much death there is really in the card. Did you watch the final? No, I was live streaming actually. To be honest, I wasn't too much into this World Cup. I have to be completely honest. I think a lot of the refereeing throughout the whole tournament, not only in specific matches, was awful, was dreadful. I don't mind letting play hard, you know. I don't mind it at all. I'm in favor of having a little bit more tougher football because I mean, if you have a physicality and you're physically strong and you get punished for it, that would be boring, right? So I'm all for it. But at the same time, you have to have some kind of line, and it's not possible that the referee gives a yellow for something that somebody else just glosses over like nothing happened, you know? And that's why I really didn't feel the World Cup too much. There were some few awesome matches that were well refereed, but generally speaking, it's like, yeah. Final was boring, bro. Good thing you didn't watch. I just saw the stats, and I imagine it wasn't a good look to watch it, because a lot of fouls, a lot of stoppages, barely any chances built up by Argentina. It wasn't really a proper fight in that sense. It felt like from watching the stats and the highlights that Argentina was more focused on trying to disrupt the rhythm by committing fouls or trying to play hard instead of trying to play the ball. You're finally playing it! Yes, I'm finally playing it, yes. I really like the combat, the card system is cool. Yeah, but I mean, if you have 14 shots and you don't convert even one, that's on you, man. I know that goalkeepers have been sick, really good this tournament, but man, you have to convert chances. Imagine Argentina does one shot and one goal. What do you do about the chances then, you know? You have to be more efficient. So are these fresh out of the academy, Soul Reaper? Select a sword. Which sword are we going to pick, chat? Show me some names. But yeah, generally, like the first impression so far has been good. I like the way that they present the story. I like the visual design of it. So what's the story so far? I don't know. So she's called Naru, and that's an OG design by Tite Kubo. I know a lot about her, and yeah. We are trying to figure out what's going on with Giro, middle one. Jack is going to Goon, okay. Am I gonna cover it? I'm trying to find out with this stream actually. I'm going to play the closed beta to see if this is something that I want to cover in general. Because, well, if I'm going to cover this because it's portrait, I have to upgrade my stuff, right? Yeah, you guys said Giro. Sorry, Jack. Hey, what's up, Stefan? How is it going? Oh! Oh! Okay, that's... Guys, okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's a nice throwback. That's a really nice throwback. You need to make more videos rather than lives. Hey, man. When I'm at work, it's really hard to do videos. Really, really hard. Because when you have 10, 11 hours... By the way, just real quick before we continue. This MFers at work, just real quick, they put me in the 2 longest patrols of my life just after my vacation. They did that shit on purpose, man. We had to walk over 20 kilometers, bro. Over 20 kilometers. And all because, well, what a shitty patrol we had. What a shitty patrol, man. Yeah, I thought it was I hadn't had time to properly finish the design. It should have pointed at me or something. You know. But so far I'm liking the game. Finding out what's going on with this substitute Shinigami that we are chasing after. This carrot top one. They said vacation work that way off? Yes, yes, they said that. It's really troublesome because, like, again, the thing is, I can do short videos, new stuff during my days that I work, but generally speaking, I don't really want to. Because it's like, there's not so much news that we have to talk about every single thing that is a speculation, you know? You skipped all the cinematics? I really want to know what the story is about, actually. I really want to know. Having read the light novels and everything, I just want to know where this goes. If they're using this... I'm just going with the first name. Are they using this as a way to maybe bridge between Hell Arc and the Thousand Year Blood War ending? That would be nice. I can do everything for BSR, they deserve it. What did I miss? They can increase the amount of badges we need, Nightmare. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, just as a reminder, we have also badge trading in the... And it would be nice if they simplify the badge trading. I didn't know it would work on emulator. Yeah, I didn't either, but it works. It's just a little bit awkward with the controls, but I will figure it out eventually. Maybe I have to adopt a hybrid system here, but it's just for this stream. For the next one, if we even got time for the next one, because I'm at work for 4 days, starting tomorrow, and again, I'm off. I want to cover the news about the deaths and stuff like that, so we have a little bit to go through there. I prefer what you do, putting out videos just to do it with no thought that doesn't fit why people enjoy your content. Yeah, the thing is, that's my reasoning too, right? If there is something that I wanna... Like... I know that my content isn't... Ah, okay. I was like, Okay, let's see. I love your streams, now you inspire me. Hey, thank you so much, N3. Thank you so much, bro. They will fix the synergy. Again, I haven't read it yet. I will see what's going on. I saw some of the comments mentioned in the Discord, but we have to do a proper breakdown this after this part here. You can check Newbie's R Guide website. It will help you on your content creation. What do you mean, Nightmare? It crashed for everyone? Okay, that's good. Okay, our first boss fight. Let's see. I like the presentation. The presentation is nice, man. It is like Rebirth of Soulsy. So if I have nobody in the party... Let me see, can I interrupt him? So, because this... Oh, he's down. How do I see if I have done a special dodge or something? Oh no, the green one is the wrong one, right? No, we lost! Okay. Well, I like the combat system. The combat system is cool, man. It's like... They took the DBL combat mode, right? And just put their own spin on it. I like the card system. Am I glazing? This game has a lot of potential. Played it for about 5 hours today. Hey, BSR guy, how are you doing, man? Yeah, I like it. I genuinely like it so far. The combat seems nice. Oh, that's why it looks so similar. Yeah, it looks good. I cannot... Definitely glazing. I might be, yeah. I might be. Maybe, because again, I'm comparing with Dragon Ball Legends. And so far, I'm liking it a little bit better from what I'm experiencing right now. Obviously, it depends in the higher end content. In the high... His page just said, like I would be sponsored, bro. How do you know? Why are you telling everybody my secrets, bro? I thought we had a deal. You get 5%, I get the rest, and you don't say anything, bro. Bro, isn't even younger Toshiro? Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Oh, you weren't talking about me? Oh. Wait, why does the crystal look like something like from Final Fantasy Brave Exvius? Feels a little bit clunky. It feels a little bit unresponsive. Holy crap, bro. They're so in your face with it, bro. There's so little to do in the CBT, but it's okay. If it's just for them to get feedback on the main core issues that they maybe perceive, that's fine. I don't mind. Again, it's a closed beta. It's just a week long. If we can test a few stuff out, what I want to see is, which is a little bit difficult to do, maybe, because they will have higher difficulty bosses later on, not in the beta maybe. But I think, So the problem that I have right now is to judge the combat fairly. You kind of need to know how you can abuse it, right? But so far, the counter mechanic that you have, so much better than the Dokkaebi stuff that Dragon Ball Legends has. Yeah, I don't think that this is anywhere release ready. If this is the state it's going to launch, I have to play it on my mobile too. But on the emulator, it feels like there is a lot of input delays and stuff. Did I think about the multiple versions of the characters that we have even more great artwork? Yeah, I mean, again, I think the artwork, the design, the style, the visuals, they all look good. They look good. They look good. I mean, Niva for sure would prefer it if they had a 3D model, right? But it's fine. It's okay. DBS should sue BMH for copying the game. Isn't both published by the same company? Isn't it both Bandai? I mean, again, you're going... Let's be honest. You wouldn't never play DBL if it was any standard anime gacha, no IP, reconnaissance, nothing, right? So, and this is the same here. We wouldn't even care, we wouldn't even know that the game was a thing if it wasn't for Bleach. So... But what I'm trying to say here is that Tite Kubo is really proud of this character design. It's really proud, it's everywhere. Every single time. He's really proud of that design. Try to summon. You can reroll as many times as you want until you confirm your result. Okay, if this is going to be in the release version of the game, this is going to be phenomenal. Phenomenal. Are you also proud of that design? I'm not saying that the design is any bad. I think Giro looks really cool. There's no charge... Oh wait, is my character? Did I see this right? Was this my character? Oh wait, what is this? I saw a purple thing. Ooh. Oh, these card arts are fire though. These are nice card arts. You need to get at least 2 level 4s. Yeah, we will do that. I wanna see the animations, so... Yo, look at this! This looks so cool, man. Yo, these card arts are really good. Really, really good. Yeah, the card arts are insane. Look at this. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And then you have the shadowing in the back. Wow. I know I'm glazing. Look, that's me. That's the main character. My main character even is in the gacha featured. Yeah, I mean, again... Oh, okay. But can you start him up? The thing that I want to know... The thing that I want to know is this, right? Can I start them up? Because if there's 2 stars, is it like the EX and hero characters? Whoa! Oh wait, that's a 4-star! Yo, look at this, bro! What? I've been playing Dragon Ball Legends for a while. Between the 6th and the 8th I had major breaks, but else I played quite a lot actually. I'm also playing right now. I'm using... By the way, just real quick, how dumb is Vegeta Blue? Why did they give him a plat? We knew he's going to be broken, right? We knew. Am I the only one that saw the plat equip and thought it was going to be mid? Is this... Wasn't this... white? Oh wait, this didn't have the glow. Okay, so this is nothing. We're going to watch real quick the different animations. Oh, look at this! Is a 4-star guaranteed? Oh, how she stands on the rooftops too. Okay, I think I'm glazing the game a little bit too much. But still, I like this so far. Look at these art styles, they're really cool, man. Even if you don't see purple. All rerolls have a 1 4-star. So they have fake outs then here. Oh, let's see how the fake out looks then. Ooh! I'm not a fan of Urio. Can I see what he does? Keto based bond, view full. Oh, okay. But this is nice. This is really nice. I mean, it should be standard for any kind of gacha games to do so, but this is nice. So, range-based. So generally speaking, you can say that blue is range-based and green are techniques, like close gaps, and red is melee, huh? And then he has... Ooh, this is a dupe system. Ugh. Is this the dupe system? Okay. I cannot judge the power of the dupes quite yet, but let's retry. Forza Rangiko seems very good reading her abilities. I mean, what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going more or less play the game so it doesn't bore you too much, guys. And then I will go through the abilities in my own time. Okay, this is yellow. I like that he is in this kind of... I like the way that he summons. So if I skip, what happens? Double fake outs! Double fake out! Ooh, Yoruichi! Nice! That's a cool art style. I like this. It has something about... it's similar to something that would be out of Naruto, isn't it? Dupes grant you extra ability as passives. I'm not a fan of that. Did we have butterflies before? No, we didn't. Oh, look at this. If you get a dupe for some 4-stars, they challenge art style too, so it happened for Grim. That's nice. Hey Anton! Hey, how is it going, man? How are we feeling about them using OG styles in 1000 Year Blood War After War arc? I don't know, it kind of feels misplaced a little bit, no? Is it just me? Because basically, all they give him is the drip that he kept from the Royal Palace training. Oh, she's already in the game. Look carefully, I forgot to look, see if there are fake outs. Yeah, we just had a double fake out. It was a blue one into rainbowy one. So if I skip, what happens? You're just going to skip... Okay, we're going to skip the rest. Let's see if you can get doubles. Ideally, I want to have a Bambietta in here. I'm just going to look at the summoning animation itself to see what kind of things changes. But you have the sword here too. This just means one, right? It is just one. Oh! Oh, we have a double fake out. Double fake out! Woo! Okay, let's see if Chad he is useful here. Not gonna lie, I don't want to play Urio. I'm not gonna lie, we are going to skip this one. I'm sorry. As much as I would love to have Chad, but I don't fancy Uri at all. At all. At all. I don't know what it is. It's like... Screw that guy. He's that bad? Well, of course, it's Uryu. Okay, let's skip this. It's just one. No, wait, what did it skip? Did it skip twice? Ooh, look at this card. No joke. Who said this? Who said you would only play this for the card art? This looks nice. This is a sick card art. Look at this. Really cool. But you guys said we should go for 2 4-stars. You said this, said Panda? Yeah, you were... Oh wait, it's dark? One butterfly? Is it just one? The game wants me to play Bambietta. Okay, let's see who else we can get. I'm gonna play this on out and call it a day. Yeah, but again, let's skip. I think just the way that the game is set up with the boundaries. Okay, I want to check her skills out. But again, I just think that having dupe system with passives and maybe stats. If I get shards, right, I need 100 shards to get to the next step, and then it goes up, right? This game is meant for auto? Does it play well on auto? We can try out. Type ability, on entry via chain, draw point bonus 100. Okay. Fairly bare bones things. Nothing too special. Damage received by all allies minus 50%. Okay. Okay, status ailment, reduction decrease. I've seen some poison. There's some bind duration in here. Okay, so yeah, okay. Doesn't look too bad as a support type character. F gameplay, I will only play it for cards and characters. It's okay against the general modes. I hate chart systems in gachas, me too, man. Me too. There has been only one acceptable one that I accept, and that is if you do it similar to Marvel Strike Force or Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. That's the only one that I accept, and the main reason why is because the game is very slow paced, right? Oh, she announced herself as a 1-star and then she comes out as a 4-star too. Okay, to not extend this too long, the next double drop, no matter who it is, we are going to pick it. I think so far we haven't seen Ichigo and we haven't seen Byakuya. How many characters are there from the get-go? Look, double fake out, nice. Calling Chad and Bambi, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind at all, actually. Then, you know what it is? It's like, what's the point of 1, 2, and 3-star? I mean, no, wait, let me rephrase this. If the difference is the stats only, and everything else is the same, then I don't mind having 1, 2, 3 stars just for the stats. If you wanna play with that character, right? Oh, I've seen this in the pro material. Oh, this is where it's from. This looks sick. This looks sick. Oh, these card arts are insane. Yeah, I think you know what it is. You know what it is. I think you can really play this like Dragon Ball Legends. You just play it. You get your resources ready, right? And then on bigger celebrations or when a character drops that you really want to summon for, you just go for it. And that's how you play it, basically. Especially if it's PvP focused like Dragon Ball Legends. Oh, the Byakuya one, we haven't seen this one yet. Ooh. Ah, look! Look, BSR! Look! This is how you do a Byakuya right. Is it good? Okay, you guys already have some experience. Let me see if I can gauge a little bit if characters are good or not. So we have max evasion gauge by 1. Draw point bonus plus 30. Doesn't seem too bad. Hey Sasude, how is it going? everybody jumps up. What did he say? Okay, quick consecutive attacks. This is just normal. So he has a red, a green, which is nice. This gives him flexibility, right? To counter, a ranged attack uses Simbonzoku to launch a projectile attack. Cool. Has bleeds 50%. Unleashes countless blades. I don't think 50% is good enough, but I don't know how much damage it deals. Oh, Rikuju Koro. Bind 100%. This seems strong. Binding seems very strong. And on arts hit, chance to inflict bleed on an enemy. Arts 2 damage plus... Okay, this seems strong. So you're going to special into this, maybe use attacks, and then when you have the bleeds up, you can use the 2. He seems good. He seems good. Am I too wrong with this? So far, from what I've seen, he looks very good. Ichigo Byakuya? Oh, Zephyr, I just read your comment right now. Okay, so I wasn't wrong with my assessment there. Listen, Ankh, I expect the best dupes guide before full release, unless they change the dupes. Yes, I will do my best to bring something. Again, I have to see for the footage capture. I can do this via the cable, right? But then I have to see. I have to get myself a proper capture device and stuff. Dangego's great support. Let's skip. Just real quick, I need some medication. Bro can get a double. I got 1. I got 1. The game was like, you were lucky enough in BSR, now you have to suffer. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to try to go for a perfect reroll here, let's be honest. I'm just going to see that I get 4 4-stars and 4 4-stars. 2 4-stars, and that's basically it. Whoever I get next in a double, I will pick. Yeah, because he got the stream advantage, you know. He was there first, so he picked up all the good summons, and now I'm left with the rest. This looks so cool. So how many characters are there in total? Okay, just real quick, if this is anything to go by when it comes to my luck in this game, I'm not going to play it. So you can just keep trying rerolls. Yeah, there's no limit to this. Again, if this is in the base game, kudos. Because, well, again, I wonder... Oh. You know what we can do, though? In the closed beta, we can see what it means to have 3 stars duped up. Because, let's be honest, for those that have played OG Dragon Ball Legends, EX characters, extreme characters, were viable for a long while. There have been builds, for example, with Gokua being an anti-hybrid slayer for a long time. Bro. Any luck, please? Yo, can somebody call up Giku and just do the summons for me real quick? 4 megabyte mobile RAM. How much does it need? I thought it was needing 4, right? EX Blue Evil Boog was goated, yeah, exactly. I mean, even the what we call now 1% sparkings were really good. Really good. And with some good free-to-play characters too back then. And then Beast Gohan happened. For whatever reason. And before that, we had the rat terrorizing the whole game. I still don't know what they were thinking with that Zenkai, by the way. Why did they give FSK the Zenkai? Crap. Imagine bringing a unit out that is being countered by disadvantage by another unit that came beforehand during an anniversary, and still being the better unit in the end. Bro. Okay, so the game so far has been a lot of re-rolling, by the way. 6 megabyte. Can you try on an emulator, though? I mean, technically. This is the pool. Malaku, I truly love you. I love your support and everything. I love your positive attitude and everything. But every time you said this is the pool or it's a 4080, it has not been a 4080, in fact. You're amazing with leatherwork, but predicting pools is not your forte. I mean, I'm playing on an emulator right now. I think if you can adjust it properly, maybe. Bro, what's going on? You tried, Malaku? I know. We all tried. We all tried. This won't be the pool either. Bro, okay. So, yeah. When this game releases and you take your day off, this might be the reason why you wanna take off. You're just there at work, just clicking through, and just clicking retry. Oh, thank you for the alert. I've been sitting so long in the summoning animation screen that the summoner is back full. 10 hours just me. This is going to be the first impression. This right here. I will upload the full experience here. Back to back, huh? Back to back. Yeah, I mean, what I'm doing right now on the Momo emulator, I have my WASD to use to move around the character, and you can still use the mouse too. Hey Fujimatsu! Hey, hi! How is it going, man? Don't you see how I'm doing? I'm doing well. We are a little bit desperate for a good summon here for double, and we have nothing. We had Chad and Uryu. Okay, we need mods, guys. We need mods. We need to ban people that are jinxing me this hard. Jack, what the hell? I thought you liked me. Aren't you following me because you like me? Why are you jinxing me like that? Does it double count as a double pull, actually? Mbappe special? Just send it. I don't think it takes long, Hakim. I think you are through there in 10 minutes. Hey, Fuji, thank you so much, man. Yeah, I was really lucky. You know what is funny, though? I was like, okay, if I can get lucky, I was at 2180. And I was like, if I can get lucky, I will build up the PT to 40. And if I get lucky, then I might go for the B4 just to see the difference, right? And then I got a double, and I was like, okay, you know what, let's go to the B6 right away. My goal is 2 4-stars, yeah, because chat is pushing me to go for 2 4-stars. And as a content creator, I cannot defend myself against what the chat wants. The will of the chat is moving the mouse to the retry button. BSR rerolling was hell, yeah, definitely. Jack, thank you so much, man. Huddle number 5, Will of the Chat. And then you just see a wild Eisen spawn with his void Danku, and just negating everything. Oh! We got it! We got it! Oh! Whoa! Guys! Finally! What? Half an hour? God sakes! Bro, it's a closed beta test. What the f... Did you actually call it? Yeah, I mean, you called it half an hour ago. I mean, the next one. Okay. Okay, you called it. Yes, you called it, Malako. Okay. Okay, you call it. Now for triple 4 stars at release then. That concludes the tutorial. Feel free to explore the various modes. Okay. The menus are very slow. Oh, Fuji. Oh, you weren't here. You weren't here on the close-up, bro. Yeah. Tite Kubo is very, very proud of this design right here. I think he really likes the accessories that he gave her on you know, to keep the hair together. And even got a couple of Grimjoes, nice. So, just YouTube, I'm just reading what chat is writing. This is not what I'm saying. This is not, don't get me demonetized, please. This is what chat is writing, okay, YouTube? YouTube, chat said Titi Kubo. That's a good one. I like that one. I stay a bit, thanks. That's great to hear, Fuji. Bandai way to Peter Winslow. Beginner, the hater, is here. Okay, so. With bonds and enhancements? Raise a bond level with allies by using bond points obtained from battle. You will receive rewards each time you raise a character's bond level. Reaching certain bond levels will unlock inherited arts battles. Some of these battles award abilities or inherited arts that can be used. Just real quick, the text here needs to be cleaned up. This is painful to read. Oh, so basically it's like a friendship system from Dragon Ball Legends. You give them the ability over. Okay. So basically your main character can get the Getsuga Tensho here. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. I blame the new High Captain. There will be summer skins in less than a year. Yeah, I mean, we are already launching with summer skins. Well, summer skin, but again. Wait, we set through all this for this? Why am I having deja vus? Credits can be leveled up using crystals. Leveling up will enhance various things. You can increase the level limit by promoting your grade, but you cannot promote the star level. Okay. Quite a lot of stats through leveling up, okay. Fair point. I cannot change from here, right? Wait, action cards? Reach gold grade to unlock. Gold grade is dupe system, huh? Similar to DBL, tutorial that don't want you to leave. Yes, yes it is. Order obtained. Let me switch this around. rarity. Bro. Okay, so let's take a look. What can my character do, actually? So we have a combo on successful pursuit combo, or when downing an enemy via pursuit combo. Draw points bonus. Okay, so this is how they are going to balance the characters, huh? Consecutive attacks, face forward. But is it similar? The game is ass. Hey, Alpac. I wouldn't say it's ass, to be honest. I think, for me, as somebody who enjoys Dragon Ball Legends, this is quite cool. It's not BSR, of course, but it's still quite nice. 3-part attack, and attack plus 25% for 10 counts. At spirit level 5, 7, and 9, attack 3%. Very bare bones kit. Not that much of a fan of it, but let's see. Do we have duplicates here? Yes, we have 2 ranges. So I'm going to compare the ranges real quick after this. I want to see if they have the same kit, just the stats differ. What's the skill expression here? Is it like DBL? Yes, beginner. I would say so. I don't think it has the same death because of the dynamic battles, but I think it's fairly good. Max evasion gauge +1, similar to what Byakuya has. Yeah, this is the same as Byakuya. Consecutive attacks, forward facing lunge attack. And then we have stagger. Can we see what stagger does? No. Inflict stagger on the enemy, but 100% chance to stagger. So the other status was down, right? Seal opponent's ability to switch. Yeah, this is broken. Wait, this is already in the game? People are so against different things. Yeah, Juan, but this is normal. Let's see. I mean, again, if you don't like the style of gameplay, then obviously for you it's not something that you like to enjoy, Alpac. But I think there's a lot of players that like this kind of games, which is why I personally enjoy this kind of games. If they have some kind of skill expression into this, instead of just having a 50-50 like DBL used to be, then I don't mind this. And this looks a little bit more tactical too. So she... Oh wow, this stacks. Yeah, seal so early on that you're... The question here, can you still switch? Does it block your counter, like your chain attack, if you're sealed? Because the counter or the chain attack shouldn't technically be in the same category as a normal switch, right? Do we know that? Okay, so this is the basic... I know most people that call this game are BSR players, love the biasness. Again, there are a lot of people that think that BSR is just normal gacha slop, you know? So, it's like... And for me, it's one of the peak games that I've played in recent history, so... It's whatever. To be honest, I am completely biased here because it's Bleach. It looks good, first and foremost, it looks good. Secondly, I really like the DBL style. You know what it is about DBL? You can just log in, do your dailies 5 minutes, do the PvP once a day, and then just log out. And that's it. If this game is anything I like this, easy. Easy play. On arts hit, 5 attack. So, they are basing this on the types, right? What is Yoruichi again as a type? She's a shadow. Okay. The card art is so cool. So let's check real quick on this here. So, I wanna snip this just real quick, guys. Because I wanna see if this is the same stats or not. Just to compare them with the 2 stars. It's simple 10 minutes and you can rest. Also it's the sun hotter than usual. Bleach PvP gave me downloads to my phone without me touching the screen. The gacha needs massive rework. And the thing is, I understand again, too early to call. So we have this here. I don't really care about his abilities. I want to see the difference in stats here real quick. Oh. Okay, as much flag as we want to give them to, the kit is the same. Clash victory rate 30%, right? 12%. Oops. %12% and 30% here. Yeah. Okay. Guys, just real quick. Let's be honest. You can dislike it as much as you want, okay? But the fact that the major difference between the stars is just the stats, is the stats, it means that if you get unlucky to get the 4-star in the main banner, you still have a chance to play the character that is featured because you can get the 3-star. If they do a 3 and 2 and 1-star version of every single main banner, okay? That's a big if. So if they bring out Bankai Rukia, for example, and Bankai Rukia has a 3-star version and a 2-star version, and you get the 3 and 2-star version, then at least you can still play them. We can finally bully Atro in-game, not just in the chat. Steph, come on, don't you see the future? Bizarre is my heart. Yeah, me mine too, Fuji. But the thing is, I don't mind. Again, for me it's like, the more Bleach we get, the better it is. And just having a negative attitude towards this kind of stuff just adds to the way that people perceive this and the way that people talk about the game. So, and the problem with that I have is not, I'm not calling for this to be glazing. You shouldn't glaze the game, but bring up sincere criticism so that by the time that the game launches, we can get proper feedback going, you know? Because again, there will be people that like this type of game, and just having negative controversy around it doesn't really benefit anybody. Because if you think that it's going to be bad from the get-go, and you're not going to play it regardless, then why do you need to trash talk it, right? That's the thing. Again, you can be critical as much as you want, and you should be critical about stuff. If the gacha system is bad, it's bad. But still, we have to point out that you can get the 3-stars versions of the 4-stars, and while you have a less impact in terms of stats, if you can get a high duped 3-star and you get basically at the B0 level of the 4-star, is it really that bad? That's the question that I have. Fuji, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. I didn't know that my voice was that soothing. Yeah, chat, don't look! Arthur don't know what toxic players we are, spamming your richest skills left and right. If one character have paralyzed skill, I'm willing to spend money just to play against Arthur. I mean, Hakim, it really depends on how the system works, because, I mean, look at Dragon Ball Legends. You have Ryuden who has barely any 14 stars and he still can get up to the god ranks, right? Wasn't there a collect all button? Oh no, just limited, okay. I don't like the menus. The menus need a little bit too long to navigate through. Similar to Dragon Ball Legends. Stefan, but that's completely fair. That's completely fair. I'm not saying that if the game is not for you, if you take a look at the game and you're like, the game is not for me, that's a completely fair take. And you can also say why it's not for you, you know? You can say that out of your point of view, the gacha system is trash. That's fine. I'm not saying that you cannot argue against the game. But what I'm saying is that it's easy to take a look at the game and just see it in black and white, okay? Yes, there are more perspectives to this. Again, maybe just me, but I think this system here is better than what DBL has. Now you need 7 4-star or 14 stars in Zenkai, max card level. But beginner, you don't need that. You don't need that. You really don't. I am as free to play as it gets when it comes to Dragon Ball Legends, and I rank near rank 70 all the time. I just do my dailies and I get to rank 69, 68 without any kind of issues. And what did I pay for this? 2,000 bucks? What is 2,000 bucks, man? It's easy, right? I'm kidding, by the way. But generally speaking, yeah, there is a disadvantage if you don't whale. There is. But if this system here is as intricate as it seems to be, then I can think of ways that you can use maybe the 3 stars. How do you change the... Guys, you cannot concentrate on what I'm saying. You're getting too distracted. Focus up, guys. Focus up. I'm going to live this. This is going to be your guys' exercise to be able to listen to people when you have to focus. What am I saying? I don't know. It's good art, yeah. I mean, let's be honest. When BSR started, right? When BSR started, how many people did you see calling it trash, calling it bad, calling it whatever, slop and all this kind of stuff? And now it's picking up momentum because people realize that it's actually a really, really good game, right? And the thing is, the negativity, spreading negativity about a game without giving constructive criticism or feedback just is pointless hating at this point. Well, she's looking at us, Atro, do something about this. I mean, you don't have to look her in the eyes, Fuji. You don't have to get distracted by the eyes. Just because she has a nice smile doesn't mean that you have to get distracted by it. Holy gooning. Okay, so we picked up a few more. Here. Is this the rate up banner? Miro's ticket. So, and then again, these are standard characters. We all know that standard characters are nothing to go by. The thing is with Miro's High, it already started on a bad note because it's under Bandai, and Bandai has a horrible reputation. Yeah, but of course, Hakim. Again, I'm not saying to not be mindful of who is producing the game. That's not what I'm saying again. But I'm saying if the gameplay is fun and I mean, again, you have to kinda... Did we just... Wait, guys. Did we just... I was talking. Did we just double? Did we double? Did we double? Oh wait, this doesn't carry over. Why am I laughing? I will never have this much of luck. Yusek, it's very much like Dragon Ball Legends with a little bit of a spin on to it. Streamer Luck Classic and a dupe? Woo! This is perfect. Oh wow! Oh, the change in art! What? Yo, that art is fire! Who did... Nobody wanted you, Renji. Nobody wanted you, man. Yeah, you know why, beginner? Because I know that nothing carries over, so it's kinda... I'm sad. But we can check Renji here real quick. So let's see the difference between... As 3-star... He's now duped up by 2, right? It changes... It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Really cool. So we have a 3-star there, and we have the 4-star here. So let me snip this once again, real quick. These are the same abilities. Again, this might be me trying to play the mature part of the stream, but again, the difference between stars is mostly in stats, in baseline stats. The whole kit remains the same, and this is not too bad in my opinion. Yuzak. Just for the content? Yeah. People are mad that different arts are behind a paywall? I mean, yeah, guys, but again, okay, so if we do incentives for cosmetics for whaling up, people are not happy because card arts are paywalled. If we have pay to win slop inside of the game, people are not happy because it's paywalled. If they, so what are they? What can they do? What can they do? Dokkan started with the shit as well now for some reason. Hate that shit. Well, to be honest, no, Yuzak, no. Dokkan did it differently and it flopped. Because they didn't have it in the same banner for the same dupe. You had to pull for that separately. That's a whole other topic. Just download the art and print it out and put it in your house. Nothing to be outraged about, let's be honest. Again. Yeah, please don't compare Dokkan to this. Dokkan did it so bad, it's not even worth the comparison, let's be honest. So what changed? So I'm comparing stats here, right? And we had 755. Nothing in the stats changed. Oh, by the way, you just need the 100. So every single time you just need 100, by the way. It's not like Dragon Ball Legends where you need 600 and then it goes up and up and up. You just need the baseline here. Because after 7 stars in Legends you need thousands for the red stars. Dragon Ball Legends is 1k. Yeah, but in Dragon Ball Legends you get 5 Chrono Crystals. I mean, the amount that you have to pay is nothing to be outraged about, to be honest. So let's enhance this guy. And then let's go into and do some combat here. Yeah, so 200 pity is bad. It's really bad. So we already did this one. Wait, there is one story chapter? No way. There's just one story chapter. Oh god, okay. Yeah, we might go into... We might have to play BSR after this. If this is all that they have... Wait, how many characters can you form a party with? They cucking BSR for this. Again... Wait, what is this? Consume stamina to walk through the scenario here? It's that 36 stamina for one battle? Why? Yeah, I think you're treating this a little bit unfairly, not gonna lie. So let's see. What if I use Ichigo here? You can refill it with crystals. Yeah, but man, again, this is nothing to be outraged about. Let's be honest. Oh, I choose the wrong one. So what does Bind do? Oh, that's nice. You can go... Oh, man, that's nice. So it's down. Woo! I'm getting so much damage. 50-50 lose. Oh, she's dead. So there's a recovery, but they don't dodge this. Bro, Yuzak, you're just hating for no reason, man. So if I use the skills here... Oh yeah, you get the skills benefits when you use them. Yeah. Again, I can really understand if you guys don't like it. Oh, oops, I didn't pay attention. I didn't pay attention. Why is he always winning? I call bullshit on that one, by the way. Okay, let's redo this one. Can we should be able to clear this, right? I know that we are halfway down there with the spiritual pressure, but losing doesn't consume stamina, so that's fine. So you can chain dodges into dodges, which is quite nice. So let's go with her. Oh, wait, this is cool though. You can retry this. Okay. This looks beyond bad to me. Again, I don't agree. I don't agree. Two completely different style of games. Ooh. Girl. Yeah, this flows well though. I like this. I really like this. Why did you dodge? Okay. So you cannot recover from that one. But you can... So if somebody basic attacks, you can kind of counteract the fact that it's basic attacking. Is there something like a perfect dodge, maybe? Oh wait, does the character look hurt? Is the character hurt here? The character looks hurt. Your charges are not available if you lose. No, you can basically fight the stage with your characters here, but you lose them if they are KO'd. What? Wait, why is red higher priority than my yellow card? Looks better when DBL released. Yeah, again, I don't get the hate. I'm gonna be honest. I know Fireball Jutsu when I see one. Yes, Juan. Is Bankai is though? Yeah, I'm excited for Renji in BSR too. Not gonna lie. If they make a cool Renji, I wouldn't mind. Can you dip out of this and restart? I know, they're not leveled up. I know. But I'm trying to push and see what the combat is really like, you know. I like the animations look cool, man. So Zabimaru will be really hype, yeah. Look at this, she looks hurt. I mean, again, so far, coming from Dragon Ball Legends, I prefer this. Oh, okay. So can you restart this? Retreat. Okay. I like the gameplay. I'm not gonna lie. I know, it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody, okay? I know. But I really like the gameplay. I think the card system is quite cool. It gives its own spin to it, even though it's not the same as, for example, in Dragon Ball Legends. There is a war going on right now in the BSR Discord. In which one? In the Community Geeko one, or in general? In our Discord? No, I mean Malaku. It's not that you have to buy heals, but you can buy heals. All the things that you can do here, it's not uncommon. You go into Bleach Brave Souls, you lose. If you don't have any candlelights to revive yourself, you have to spend orbs anyways too. So it's not like... What is this? Target Break is a battle mode where you defeat random enemies to complete panels. Event tickets are required to participate. Okay. Okay, let's do this first. Yeah, and I think, Sally, this is a great point, actually. A lot of people were kinda worried about this game because it could have been a direct competitor to BSR, and seeing that it's not should make people actually happy, because it's like, you know... And again, personally, I think if this is the system that they're going to use for the premium characters too, like if anybody has played Marvel Contest of Champion, the Simpson there is very similar, that you have different... Oh wait, give me a second. It's getting dark in here, so let's put me into the shining light. So, in the official BSR Discord, yeah, but again... Yeah, but Yuzek, that's not exclusive because of because of Bleach Mirror's High, right? I mean, the thing that happened with throughout the whole history of BSR has been Shueisha being a hindrance to it. If you die in co-op in BBS, you don't lose the stamina. No, in co-op, no, but you lose stamina in single player. If you do difficult quests, you have to use the candle, and if you don't have any candle, you can use orbs. No, I don't think so, Yusuk. The games are too different, to be honest. I mean, for sure, there is a small part that BMH is somewhat responsible in how much focus BSR gets, if that makes any sense. But then again, we don't know exactly what the licensing deal is about, right? So it's kind of tough. But again, if you have played Marvel Contest of Champion, this starring system isn't too bad, because, well, again, let's say, for example, your favorite character comes out, right? Let's say Ulquiorra is here, and you pull for Ulquiorra and you only get the 3-star version, but maybe you get 3 dupes into him. That 3 dupes might be more worth than the stats. Who knows? No, sadly, they picked 20k people, so I don't know. It's by chance. I think Malaku didn't get in either. Yeah, BBS had the candles. Well, to be honest, the candles were a thing that they introduced way later. I think it was year 3 or year 2. Before that, in the first year, they didn't have that. You had to use orbs for this. So the one thing that I want to check here real quick, you cannot escape, like you cannot outwalk the range here, right? Does this lead to a combo every single time? Okay, 3 hits. He's not going to tank this blank point, right? Oh yeah, he did. Okay, my bad. Oh, look at this. I mean, again, I'm not hating this. I'm not hating this at all. I think this is fine. I think this is fine, guys. As beginner, internet cut you out. Shueisha is listening. Yeah, maybe. Be careful, bro. Be careful. Yeah, it's like it is intricate. There is a certain gameplay to it. I don't know exactly why you want to move around, because if you can gap close anytime you want, it doesn't make much sense to be able to move around, to be completely honest, because it's not like... I don't know. Yeah, the thing is, the major problem... How to put this? So far, let's say in PvP you're fighting. Do you see in PvP what kind of cards the opponent is clicking? Because that would engage, that would make it really bad to be the engager, right? Because if you engage with a card, you leave yourself open. I feel like there needs to be a stronger neutral. That's the only thing that I can think of here, that it's really bad at the moment. Because if I initiate right now, right? This is a bot. This is an easy bot. I don't get punished here. But if this is a player, he will react to this. So I get counter-vanished because I initiated. And the question is... The question that I have is if this makes for passive gameplay in proper PvP. Can you overtap? The problem is that it's very... How should I put this? Dragon Ball Legends is more fluid. Like, for example, if I walk around... Oh no, look! Oh no, like... No! Wait! It helps against the tackles. But you see, green cards can close the gap. Okay. Check on auto how it works? I will. The next fight is auto. Again, I think there is a good fundamental part here in the gameplay. Yeah, we can move. Yeah, but that's what I said. We can move. It's not that you cannot move. You can move. The thing here... Let me level up one character real quick, so that the enemy doesn't take too much HP off. I am too nice. Yuzek, the thing is... What do you compare it with, right? What do you compare it with? The only game similar to this is Dragon Ball Legends. There is nothing similar to this. And if you like Dragon Ball Legends but wanted to have it with a Bleach skin, then this game is quite good. The only problem that I think I have personally with the combat system is that Legends is smoother and better looking. No, I wouldn't say it's better looking. No, it's not. It's not. Yes, the new Legends actions are good looking, but I wouldn't say it's better looking because the art style is different. This is Rebirth of Souls art style, while Dragon Ball Legends has the typical Budokai Tenkaichi art style. So whichever one you prefer more is the one that you will see as better looking, right? But the difference between this one and Legends is that this here is built around the cards. Legends is built around the movement. The cards are being put on top of the movement, on top of the dodging, on top of the key charging, and this here is put the movement around the cards, which is why this feels less fluid and less smooth and feels clunkier. But let me level him up real quick. I know it might sound crazy, but there are different opinions. How dare you? How dare you having different opinions, bro? Yeah, let's be honest. Very well articulated cope indeed. It's not cope, it's just different game style. Like, for example, right? You take blackjack. You play with the same deck as you do poker. It's the same deck. So is poker worse or better than blackjack? Even though the cover is the same, the gameplay is different, and you have to decide for yourself if this gameplay is more what you're looking for. Because I know of people that don't like the 50-50 nature of Dragon Ball Legends. So maybe this can give them the more strategical way of playing the game, right? Again, there is a lot of testing to be done, don't get me wrong. There's obviously things that are wrong. I'm not saying that the game is perfect by any means. But what is here is enjoyable, at least for me. Legends is also fast-paced, but again, in Legends can be really brutal. I mean, you take a look at charge stepping. Let's just take charge stepping, right? Since charge stepping has been a thing, neutral game has been neutered to a way that you as aggressor are being punished no matter what. They put in charge kicks that are not viable at all at max range because of the way that you interact with the charge kick. Even at max range, you're being left vulnerable when you do charge kick. So there are limited options that you can do. If you start the fight right away with only blast cards, you can forfeit right away. There is no way you're going to turn it around if the other has any kind of green cards any time of time stops, right? So again, you take a look at Legends actions, you take a look at tap actions, for example. How many times did I see the movement of the character that was going to tap action me? I pressed my strike button, but then because of the hit registration, I was the one being put into Legends instead of him being put into strike. So it's like, come on guys. It's not like Legends is the peak of combat in that sense. It is as bad as it gets. Let me... No, range is here. It's this Shakespeare cope. Nah. It's just... I play a lot of fighting games and the core and grid are very similar across the games, but the difference is ratio, and if you like garlic, you like the fighting game that focuses on garlic. Exactly. Like for example, right, he's ranged. If I know that he's ranged, I'm not going to do... I can outrun his basic attacks, but I cannot outrun his skill. So what I can do instead is using my ability to try and counteract this, right? And I think this is a good mechanic to have. Such a mechanic doesn't exist in Legends. You don't have this strong of a neutral game there. And if you don't adapt to the counter chance that you created, you're not being able to use... You can still being attacked from, you know? And I think there is something that to be considered. Look at this, I pressed a counter here, and this made me able to counter into his strike, for example. I can still dodge this, look at this. This is nice. This is nice, guys. After what you've done to TS Ichigo, I'm sure you're not the guy to cope if you don't like something. Yeah, again, I'm not saying, real quick, I'm not saying that this combat is superior to Dragon Ball Legends. What I'm saying is that this combat is, oddly enough, different enough to be complementary to whatever Legends provides, right? But at the same time, my skepticism when it comes to the combat, when it comes to high endgame content in this type of environment, is the neutral going to be whoever engages first is going to lose? Because the thing here is, if I wait and I have cards in my hands, I start with a certain amount of cards, right? Let me see if I can do PvP here real quick. I will summon after this. I think I got a good grasp on how the game works. Let's see. I mean, if you start with 2 cards, you can wait for the enemy to engage. But then you get countered if they are having composition that offers a good counter card, right? So if I'm going to wait here, so he's down now. So I used my chain attack here to counter into his cards. I think this is good, because now I can combo from here. And I can down him by just pressing the basic attacks, right? Can you dodge this? The only thing that seems weird is that you cannot dodge this. I got flashbacks to dying to winning ROS just then. Yeah, I like the ROS style of visuals, to be honest. And I think X and you were on point with it. It looks like ROS, not gonna lie. Look at this. If he engages like this, for example, is he SOL? Because I can wait. Oh no, like, this overpowered me. But we clashed instead. Okay. Soul Dive is kinda OP. It depends if you can dodge it. It depends if you can dodge it. But like the major complaint that I have is that it feels very turn-based somewhat, you know? Because I click a card, then something happens. There's like a waiting period in between actions. And they have to smoothen that out by a lot. A lot. Okay, let me see what I missed here in the chat real quick. Macklin, what's BMH? The skill expression will be high here. Again, I'm not sure if the skill expression itself will be high, because I think it also depends how much the kids power creep themselves, right? But the thing is, I think it's fine. Six-hour cooldown? 6 hours? Oh, that's what you meant. That's bad. Oh, bro, that's trash. Yo, that's bad. Holy. Wait, this is the PvP mode? Hey AJ, thanks so much for being here, man. How is it going? How are you doing, bro? This doesn't look that interesting to me. I know I sound like a broken record. I love Dragon Ball Legends. But my major problem with Dragon Ball Legends, if I'm completely honest, is that, man, the meta shifts are such a pain, not gonna lie. And there is no PvE cone whatsoever. The PvE cone is just some bullshit co-op stuff. So if this game is able to provide somewhat enjoyable PvE, I can see this being a really cool game for me, not gonna lie. Because again, for me it's more, the two main selling points for me. The two main selling points for me is that lore-wise, there is a lot to discover here. If they have a good lore, if they have a good story in here, I think me, personally, as somebody who likes Bleach, who likes to know what's going on after the Thousand Year Blood War, it's interesting, right? But the problem here is, again, I think that there are certain things in here that don't make much sense. I mean, again, personally, you can have a shard system, but then go away with this crap here. Like, my only fear that I have when it comes to the gacha system is that they are going to bring out, like, limited raid banners, and then you're not able to summon 3 or 2-star version of that character, instead only 4-star. And if that's the case, 200 pity is not something that it's just trash. It's just bad. It's just really bad. And if you have ways to still play the character that you summoned for, but with less stats, okay, that's fine. Okay, we can argue about that one. You know, it's not ideal, but at least it's a soft PT, so to speak, right? Because you still can get the character. But having lockouts on Arena is really dumb, especially early on in the game. I don't know. There needs to be a mode, because you can get 50 gems here from the daily rewards. You have a 6-hour cooldown period. So you have to have multiple teams up. Let's see. I do like the new OC's designs. Yes, I do. I like them too. I think the throwback that you get stabbed with a Shinigami sword is quite cool, and that you pick your sword too. And as Kenpachi, I think the game is interesting if you like something like Dragon Ball Legends, but Dragon Ball Legends is a little bit too fast, maybe. I wouldn't even say it's too fast. It's just like, if you don't like the core mechanic of the neutral, of the fighting of the neutral and the 50-50, that's fine. Story don't have a cooldown, yes. What's going on? BSR spending is worthwhile? Yes, I agree. I think so. What's your opinion so far? I like it. I think there's a lot of good in here that I like. The problem is that AI is very dumb. It's very slow, right? And until you get later into the game, you cannot really gauge how the combat system really evolves. My only worry is that the combat is going to be very... Like, for example, if you cannot chain... If you cannot... Can we change the background? Why, guys? Why? Are you getting distracted? So if you cannot change the dodge, for example, like you dodge, the enemy dodges, and then because of that, he gets to initiate on you, I think that's a bad system. Because this makes it so... What I wanna like them to avoid is the similar thing that happens in Dragon Ball Legends, where you kind of want to wait for the enemy to initiate, because then you can punish the recovery times, right, that they have. I think that's my major problem here, my major concern here. What is this? Great promotion. What is Soifon? Soifon, Yorichi. The 200 PT we need to boycott. They need to reduce the 200 PT to 60 if they're keeping this 300 per po. Hey Shogun, how is it going? We can check. I'm not going to lambast them for a gacha system that is not final yet. I'm going to say this. Get my shots for lawyer to obtain strength limiting characters more than once. The question here is also, by the way, what I don't like is at least give us some of the shards maybe per multi in the PTs. Like, what? Okay, imagine this, just as an idea, okay? you need 700 shards to 7-star the character. But instead what you do is you start at 20, 30, 50, and then you go up. Right? And then what you can do is, instead of... You have the hard pity for the 100 shards, but in between you get the shards so that you can eventually pity it by just getting the shards. I watched a few streams of Mirror Science, I'm not impressed yet. I guess I will have to wait and see for myself upon release. Yeah, the thing is that the major thing that I dislike is how broken up everything seems to be in the fight. You know? You click a card, animation plays, and there is no fluidity. Like, when you chain attacks in Dragon Ball Legends, for example, you do a strike and then you do a blast, you have movements. You can move somewhere. It feels like you're engaging and you're doing something, right? But here it's like you click a card, then the animation happens, and then you click another card, and then an animation happens, and there is like no fluidity in between. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. And the gacha system is bad. It's as bad as it gets. Because you have not only shard system, which guarantees you... Like, look at the rates. The rates are... This is 2.5% for any 4-star. Not even for the main 4-star. So, I don't know. They have a rate up where they are 1%. Wow. They never said 200 PT is the feature character. They only said 200 PT is a guaranteed SSR. Yeah, if that's the thing, it's a really bad system. It's a really bad system. You cannot release in 2026 without a PT. You cannot, because the thing is, again, even Dragon Ball Legends had to accept the fact that you need a PT. Oh wait, but you get coin. Wait, Hakim, wait. Maybe through the coin you can get the character. Because if it's the same coin system as they used in Dragon Ball Legends, then that might be it, the reason that this is bad. No carryover now. Doesn't look like it. Let's see if we can find a shop here to exchange the coins. Awful, no thanks. DBL should have better already, but it's the same shit. Not gonna be playing this type of gacha. So sorry, but it's reality. People have their own taste, not gonna lie. Again, and I accept that. Again, oh look. Woo! Streamer lag! I will never have this luck, by the way, when playing a game. It's obvious, right? Yes, Nightmare. But I'm keeping it to keep the people distracted. Where is the shop here? So this is the rate up summons, right? Oh no. Oh no. What? Okay, first and foremost, this is trash. Why is this in here? Why is this here? And secondly, oh no. Wait, you pull for the raid up summons and you don't even have the raid up character in here? What? Yeah, of course they say, of course they say that it's guaranteed SSR, Hakim. Because this is the SSR that you get, because you get 10 coins per multi, so you have the 200 guaranteed SSR here, but you're not guaranteed the main character? This is even worse than you guys described it. What is this trash? This is really bad. Holy. Yeah, this cannot release like this. This cannot release like this. Nice bait, Rat Nightmare. Nice bait. Wait, didn't I change the home screen? Let's see Grimjaw. Again, I personally think that the main, like the combat in itself is fine. The combat in itself, it's fine. It needs to be more fluid. It needs to be a little bit more dynamic. But I do like what's in here. I do like that. Yeah, the shard system is... It's... Yeah, I don't think that this is going to release anytime soon, to be honest. Yeah, like, my major problem is this. This is my major problem with everything here. My major problem with the game in itself is that if they are so stingy in the closed beta, why? Wouldn't they want people to be able to try all the characters out and try all the systems out? Because not only do you have barely no content whatsoever, but technically speaking, we don't even have enough summon currency to do something with it, right? Because the closed beta is 1 week. So what are we going to do in this 1 week? I mean, I can do this. I can try this. I think we should be better now, right? Once I level up my characters. So what do you do after hard map 1? What do you have there? Like, you have to wait around for arena? Like, some of the decision that they took is a little bit baffling. In general. But again, I think the foundation of the game that they have here in terms of combat can be nice. This is just beta and it's already cooked. I'm not giving this game long journey, not gonna lie. I mean, again, I don't know. This is my very first time that I played a closed beta for a gacha game. But I would assume that if you want to showcase the game from your best point of view already, you kind of want to showcase it in a way that, you know, you give the... I mean, look at this. I'm not even able to level up my character so that I can engage with the combat. So, what is this beta really for? I cannot use the characters. Where should I use them? Yeah, but that's the thing, Hakim. I wouldn't mind. Look, if you can go into Exchange Shop and you can exchange into Universal, why is this a thing? Who is going to level up the characters? Nobody cares. Even if you whale everything to rank 7, you're still not going to use this up. It's like, what for? Great promotion. Which gacha game has worst pity system? Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. Fate Grand Order. Never mind. Fate Grand Order. Fate Grand Order has if not the worst gacha that I've seen. And this here is pale in comparison, not gonna lie. This here pales in comparison when it comes to this. But yeah, again, what is this beta for? That's my question here, because I cannot even do content on this, because there is not much content to do. It shows that I have pickups here, but it doesn't show where. Another problem here, real quick. Yeah. Hakim, yes, call him out! Call him out! Fight! No, but just jokes aside, I generally think there is something good in here. The summons were longer. Yeah, the summons were the content all along. Yeah, it's like... You cannot even test a combat properly. Can I enter the menu here? From here? No? Okay. I want to level them up a little bit before we go into the fight there. So if I click on auto... One thing that I don't like is, if I click on auto, right? Why is it picking up these parts here too? Isn't this designed to give me more on my main, on the color? How much XP is one? Give me 1 second. So this is 1200. And this is 500. So if you click on... Yeah, this is dumb. This is really dumb. This auto function here should only work for whatever color you are. You're going to waste so many crystals here because of it. I've wasted so many crystals, EXP crystals, because I clicked on auto. This is... yeah. Yeah, this is not going to be ready anytime soon. There's a lot of work that they have to put in here, not gonna lie. That game, I think beginner you are just hating for funsies, but it's not a that game. I think that it will find an audience. No, no, Ixen, I wasn't able to get to the point that it doesn't do that. But the problem is more that, let's say for example I have Ichigo and I want to enhance him, I click on auto, then it adds the green ones too. But the green ones are just like 500 instead of 1000, right? So you're going to waste a lot of EXP crystals by leveling up the characters if you click on auto, which is kind of bad. This is the problem here. Like, if you click on auto, then it should pick up only the ones that give you increased EXP, right? And this is not even nitpicky, this is something that should be baseline inside of the game from the get-go. Because look at how many crystals I wasted because I leveled up a character. This here goes to level 23. And if I pick, for example, him, and do the same, goes to 38. Yeah, it selects everything. This is such a bad system because it doesn't warn you that it picks up everything. You cannot filter it or anything. So what's the point of auto then? And just weird choice. You have customize? Let's see customize real quick. This is really cool. I really like this one. Look at this. This is so nice. This is so nice. Sample size of 2 gacha fiends, but it was noticeable trend when compared to Hoyoverse games. Yeah, it was. Yeah, this looks like a 2027 release. I cannot imagine... Except if they have any kind of builds still going on. Like, they must be so far ahead in their builds if they think that this is anything that they should release anytime soon. Not gonna lie. Look at this. This is cool, man. This is really nice. Look at this. Hey, Mr. Miracle. This is nice. Look, look. Look at how many options you have. Then you can change the shape and stuff. This is nice. I like this. Does it change animation? What kind of animation do we mean? Changing the sword? I don't know. You can also remove it. Level up Grimjaw. I don't have EXP stuff, Zephyr. That's the problem. I wasted it because I clicked on auto. I was assuming that it was just picking up the best ones, and that's it. This is nice, guys. Zephyr, that's not what we're discussing here, please. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, this is nice. The customization is really cool. I like the customization here. Very nice indeed. Okay. Let's apply this. Hey, thank you so much, man, for watching my videos. Really appreciate it. Official Mafia, hi, how is it going, man? How are you? Tactics? You can customize the action cards. See? This, just quick. This is what Shallot needed in DBL. This is what Shallot needed in DBL. This is cool. So you can change, for example, if you want to have him more like a range type character, for example. This is cool. Yeah, but still, you... Still confused with the stamps? Yeah. Stamps is such a thing that they need to make it a little bit easier. Okay, just for purpose of checking this out. There is my room here. Well, at least there is no shop going on, okay? They're gonna make a lot of money with the customization? I think so. I mean, if you can customize your character and give him abilities, I think that's great. You can... Again, I think there is a lot of good in here, but they have to iron out. They have to iron out the stuff here. This cannot go live like this. Given that they're made by Bandai, do you think they will listen to the CBT criticism? I mean, in DBL they listened. Somewhat. When people were crying about the vanishing of the blast and stuff. It took them a while, but they listened. A lot of the changes that they brought into the game now in DBL is because of feedback. And I would argue that currently the combat systems that you have in DBL, while it's not the best you can have, because of how the game punishes you for initiating, I would still think that, yes, they listened. I mean, they brought in a pity that was highly requested for years and years and years. They made the main character viable in certain ways. Yeah, maybe you are right, Hakim. But even if they, as long as they listen, at least to somebody, that would be already fine for me. And generally, I think the card system here is quite good. I like the card system. If it doesn't crash. But I don't compare it with BSR, because a lot of people feel like that the current issues that we have with BSR, especially when it comes to licensing, or something like Kenpachi, something like Grimjaw not being able to use 2 forms, and stuff like that because of the licensing issues, that's because people feel like they are holding back to make Bleach Mirror's High their flagship Bleach game instead of BSR. Because we have to also understand there are tensions in between China and Japan, and it makes sense that a Japan-based company with licensing right in Japan wants to have their main carry game to be something that they have legal oversight about too, right? And especially because they are in works with Titakubo too. So it makes sense why they want to push Bleach Mirror's High, especially seeing how Dragon Ball Legends, it has been announced that by year 1, and we are in year 8, and they broke top grossing on 2 of the 3 parts, which is unheard of. So, again, there is an audience for this type of games. And again, people feel like if this game is any good, this might give them any right to be even harder on BSR. You know? Like, for example, what I really dislike is the fact that I can chain into this, right? I can attack in here, but then I cannot click cards. I cannot queue cards. And this is a problem. At least let me queue cards. Let me queue the cards, because this is what feels clunky in here. This is the thing that feels clunky. You cannot queue cards while you're in an action. At least let me queue one card. Just one. Animations are cool. Why can I not go into a break right away? Right? If I'm doing a combo, I should be able to combo. Yeah, let's use auto. Thank you, Nightmare, for reminding me. Again, maybe I'm easy to please, okay? I also used to like Suicide Squad. Yes, shame on me, but I really enjoyed the game. Yes, it's middle, it's average at best, and bad at worst, but I enjoyed what was offered. And even though I didn't play it for long, but it was fine. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody else, but I enjoyed it. So I also liked Anthem a bit. The thing with me is I personally, how to put this? Let's see how auto works. I'm just not as strict when it comes to faults for a game, because I always think if I have 70 to 75, 80% fun in a game, I can cope with the 20% that it's bad, right? And the problem just becomes when, in gachas for example, the paywall is hindering me on having fun. If that's the case, then yes, then it's really, really bad. Then the gacha game is not worth anything. But I truly believe that the card system here is not too bad. They just need to be able to chain them together. Like, not being able to chain attacks back to back is, I don't know. Do you have recovery for this? So if I, for example, use my attack that doesn't have a combo, right? Because certain attacks that I use, if I use a green card into another green card, for example, they could combo, right? But if it doesn't combo right away, do I have time to dodge out of it? Because if I can dodge out of it, then what's the point of having a combo system? Bro is coping? No, I'm not coping. I'm just saying that there's a lot of bad in here that needs to be fixed, because this cannot go live like this. But there is a lot in the core gameplay mechanic. The core gameplay mechanic are fine. I'm not saying that they're the best ever. I'm not saying that this is something that I would play. If I had to choose, if I had one game to play between any kind of gachas, would I play this or BSR? I would stick with BSR. Didn't you know, Hakim? People enjoying every other game except for BSR also means automatically a beginner is going to enjoy the game less. Like, one good example that I have is this, right? You can move around, and he's going to jump me, but because he has a charge on the jump, so what's the point exactly of the jump? What is the point of me walking around? Because I don't have a neutral here. This here is cool. You see the attack, you can counter it, right? So I can do basic attacks, I can give myself some cards back in my hand. Then I can swap out, maybe. Maybe? Hello? Swap out? Dude, can you swap? This is the clunky part. Me swapping out changed the cards too, by the way. I lost a 73%. I cannot change into somebody else who is taking damage. And this is what I mean by engaging. So I'm trying to be engage. I try to engage first, but he's countering me, right? And this is what I mean. You kind of have to wait here. And if this is the way to play the game, this sucks. So yeah, this is a problem. Leave it on auto. Yeah, but I'm testing the combat here against higher difficulty bosses, because this is where you can test it a little bit. We will eventually get bored by the gameplay. I mean, I don't think so. If they are as interesting as Dragon Ball Legend is in adding stuff to the kids, I don't think so. But again, the major problem is that it feels very disconnected. Yes, Romika, we are going to play BSR in a moment. So what I'm going to do, by the way, just real quick, because it's 10 o'clock, I've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm going to take a small break, 30 minutes. I will turn off the stream and then we'll come back with BSR. Another problem is how fast the stamina runs out. Why is this a story here? The gacha system is bad, really bad. Too many systems in there, and then you have the coins for a guaranteed SSR, but you cannot pick the feature character. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, this is not how you do a gacha. Ass game. From a gacha perspective, I would say it's mid at best. But I think if they fix the gacha system in itself, it should be fine. After hear a thing, are you muted? No. Beginner had this copy pasted. Beginner had this copy pasted. He was so fast with it. Beginner is certified hater. I think, again, story-wise, presentation is cool. I think visually it looks nice. I like the visuals. And I think they add enough to the combat system that differentiates itself from Dragon Ball Legends. But they have to work on the combat quite a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Because again, what makes Dragon Ball Legends special is that you have interactions in between, right? So if I attack somebody and I have a character, I can switch on the fly into that character. I don't have to interrupt what I'm doing, switching into the character and then restart everything again. That just feels bad. I mean, you have the chain attacks that gives fluidity to the changes, because they maybe don't want you to force the quick swaps around, which is fair. If they want to go for it, okay, but then we need more chain attacks to be drawn, right? I think the combat itself is interesting, because you wanna basic attacks to have higher draws. Stefan, that's on you. And yeah, again, I think the combat system is fine. They as a baseline, I can see where it's going, but it needs to be improved quite a lot. It needs to be much more fluid than what it is currently. If you click a card, you have to wait. Again? And you have to wait for the action to finish without having... and you cannot even queue the next card. It's like... Atron ohne collab. 1,000 subs collab. It's going to be side by side. Yeah, why am I even watching this? Let me skip this. It's the same story. Yes, Malako, definitely. Again, I don't think this is anywhere release ready. Like shit like this, it's like, okay. So now I've consumed all my stamina, which is fine. Right, okay. We have consumed stamina. Cool. So what am I going to do now? Because, again, we are at the beginning of the game. This is usually where you are going to be playing for like 4, 5, 6 hours with no problem whatsoever in every other gacha, right? You start Soul Resonance right now and you're going to be able to play 6, 7 hours straight without having to drop off anything. You know? And this is like, again, I know this is nitpicky, me not being able to see where to click for the free stuff is a problem. You get weekly, you get what? 10, 20, 60, 100, 160? So you get what? 250 maybe? How many was the daily? Let me double check real quick. Daily was 50. So you get 50 per days per day. So it's 350. And then on top of it, the what did I say? 160 here. Yeah, this is bad, bro. So what? It takes you 2 months to get gems just for a multi, only from the dailies and stuff. Yeah, you can play BSR as much as you want in the beginning. So I think genuinely there is good things in here. I think so. But the good is overshadowed by how much bad stuff there is. Like, just... This sounds really like something dumb, right? But why can I not switch this here? Why do I have to click this? And it sounds really nitpicky, right? But why do I have this click? Look at this. Look at this menu shit here. It's not good enough for 2026. I prefer to wait for stamina in BSR instead of installing this type of gacha. Again, I understand. I truly do. I truly do. Beginnerim is a generation hater. Not wrong. I mean, look, you do basic attacks and you can down somebody, but you cannot attack right away, right? And that's bad, because why would you be able to down somebody? Right, I attack into this. Just real quick, let me down them. Now this is down, and I cannot attack into this, right? They can dodge out of it, so what's the point of them downing? And when it flows, if it's like this, where you can chain attacks together, then that would be really nice, right? Because again, I think there is something in here. Being able to dodge into a combo like this is really nice. Really nice. But it's unresponsive. I press the double dodge here. Look. It's not dodging. So let me... Look at how long it takes to delay this. Right? And this is my problem with it. It's like, it feels unresponsive. I think that's the word. Animation-wise, it looks so cool. It looks so cool. I really liked it. It's like Rebirth of Souls, but Dragon Ball Legends-ized something, you know? I like that. I think that's cool. Ichigo's face is so ugly in this, what the fuck? This is the Rebirth of Soul face. It looks weird. So yeah. I'm going to be honest. I'm excited for the release. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Do you guys want me to read the statement from the devs right now, or should we take a small break, come back in 30 minutes, and then I have eaten up and everything, and we do the full-on BSR stream? Let me know. How do you want me to react to this? Because I know that you don't have all day time to watch me. So if you want to see me reacting to the devs, then let me know. Intermission? Just wants to be sponsored? No, because I mean, I'm off. I have enough time. If I do the dev statement right now and then do the intermission, I don't care. It's more because I want to know if people can come back, have enough time to come back when after the intermission, or if you want to see it right now. Because again, just real quick. I have watermelons here. So good, bro. While I give my conclusion to Bleach Mirror's High, I will have a quick poll. I think it's easier with a quick poll. So, just let me know real quick. Well, again, gacha system is brutally shit. Very, very bad. I think if they release it like this, the gacha will be the death of the game in not even 2 weeks. It's 2026, you cannot release it like this. Then secondly, what I really dislike is the fact that it is closed beta and they don't give us free resources to level up characters to experiment with the combat systems. Why put a timer? I mean, if they want to put a timer on Arena, fine, do so at release. But this is a closed beta test. Don't you want your people to play the game? It's like, what's the point? Because it doesn't reset. It's not like it doesn't carry over the progress. It's not like you're going to be carrying over all the progress. So why not give free resources to, you know, let's be real, if you read the dev statement, there won't be a break until the end of the stream. No, I will read the statement, because people have been asking for the statement from the start, right? So it's not like I need the break right now. We can go through the statements and see what's going on, and then I can take the break. So, when it comes to Bleach Mirror's High, I just want to give you guys time to do the poll. So I was just going to conclude this, because this is going to be the only stream for this week. Because if this is all the content that we have, I'm going to be completely honest. There is not even a reason for me to do a proper video about this. I will do a first impression video in the sense that I will cover what my first impression was, my issues with it, but over more than that, there is no content to be done. I don't even have enough resources to test stuff properly. You know. So, not having you have 7, possibly 7 dupes that you need, right? 7 dupes. Exactly, Stefan. You have free resources, let the people play the game for free, you know? Let me test stuff. How am I able to test stuff if I cannot even engage? How can I give them proper feedback if I'm not able to beat bosses, for example, because I don't have the necessary stuff, right? Like healing items. Why don't I have free healing items here? Give me something. Throw me a bone. Okay, so you guys are voting for Dave Stedman first, which is what we are gonna do. Do you guys have any questions about Bleach Mirror's High? Because again, I think I like what I'm seeing in the general sense, but there is a lot of stuff to be fixed. And combat-wise, again, more fluidity, the movement around the arena. I swear to God, I didn't even know that that was a thing until I tried it out. So. Yes, please. Second row, the one who raised his hands. The game is a question. Yes, Mafia, it is. I have to be completely honest. I don't know what they thought, what they tried to achieve here with the CBT, but I don't think that they are going to get the results that they were looking for. At least the combat should have been done. That is 95% done for the thingy. What's it called? For the release date, right? So let's see. Where's the Discord one? Is it this? The combat is 1994. Again, as somebody who likes Dragon Ball Legends, I feel like the combat is fine enough. I don't mind the combat whatsoever. It's just like, again, there's a lot here that just needs to be better. There just is, right? The release date, I don't see it being anytime soon. If they have some hidden build that is way ahead of time, that is like 3-4 months ahead of time of what they showed here, maybe I can see October, November. Feels like less bad that you missed the beta? Yeah, because there is nothing much there, to be honest. I think this is my major pet peeve with this kind of betas. You give me one story chapter, but you put a lot of emphasis on the story chapter. Then you put a lot of emphasis on the combat system, and the combat system is very limited too, right? Because I cannot level up the characters. I cannot see what boundaries are. I cannot see how much dupes have, how much value dupes have, right? So it's like, okay. But the OST in the background is fantastic. Like, again, Devil May Mid. I mean, peak combat evolved is really bad. So, okay, so let's take a look here. Let me move my face cam around. Let's do it like this. Okay, let's end the poll here. By the way, thank you so much everybody for watching and for being here and for going through this with me. I know that, you know, skeptical, and it's always a thing, closed betas, and you know. But yeah, I'm curious to see if they can recover from this, not gonna lie. It basically was a Q&A. Okay, let's see. What did it... It's quite a lengthy one too. It's an official one. Look! Look! They started to learn to make this kind of stuff official. Okay, let's see. What's this all about? So, to all, substitute Soul Reapers. CCZ when it released was tough. As being easy. Press basic to win. Yeah, Ixon. Again, but it's... Again, you have one chance to make a good impression and you have to nail it. And I don't think they nailed it with Bleach Mirror's High. So, recently we have received a substantial amount of feedback across various dimensions regarding Ichigo Kurosaki Dual Zangetsu, including character production, balancing interventions, and imprint crafting. Beginner around could never... Yeah, again, I'm leaving it open if I want to cover it. I'm saying this. Personally, I will play it in my free time, but if this is all the substance that the game will have, most likely I will not cover it on the channel. If this is all that there is to it. But again, I will reserve my judgment for when it's released. So let's see dev notes. We have thoroughly reflected on all these categories and optimization directions. Let me close this down real quick. Let me put up some chill music. There we go. First and foremost, the development team extends our most sincere apologies to the deepest reflections to all players of Bleach Soul Resonance. Facing these wide-ranging issues, we must carefully consider and evaluate what is currently in production and what will soon be presented to the players before making this official response. As part of our comprehensive review, we will intervene, rework and optimize several of these issues. Specific details will be announced via in-game mail. Now, I love that BSR devs are actually trying to please the fans. Yes, me too. They've thoroughly reflected, yes. This is not acceptable, still. Can you make it zoomed in? Sure. But then you have my face here, but it doesn't matter, my face is up here. So this year, I will just say this right away, this is not sufficient. This is not good enough. How many of you read the in-game mails? Anyways, regarding Kurosaki Ichigo, the weapon engraving enhancement for Kurosaki Ichigo Dual Blade it feels insufficient. We will add an effect to his exclusive weapon engraving that increases the upper limit of rupture stacks, along with measures such as boosting the damage multiplier of the follow-up attack after casting a combat skill. There will be raising his overall power level. Please refer to the update mail for specific changes. Okay guys, how in-depth do you want me to be here? But by the way, just real quick, I stopped playing Bleach Mirror's High, viewer counts up. Okay, how in-depth do you want me to be here? As in that as possible? Okay. This year doesn't mean shit. This year? This year is just bad. They can increase it to 5000% of your attack and it will still be bad. This will still be bad. And the main reason why is because they just changed Getsuga to be able to be swapped out of, which means that this follow-up attack most people will not be able to use if, and only if, the rotation remains as strict as it is. Not only that, the major problem with this is that it only scales on a base level, right? His kit is not based around dealing a lot of different type of damage. If they want this to be very, very good, they need to increase the follow-up technical damage too. Else this is just, again, going to be lost. Yes, you want to use this, but it's like... Now it's 2000 and it deals 1.5 to 2 mil damage. How much does it matter if you have any investment into Ichigo and your ultimate deals from 40 to 200 million? Okay. Yeah, but still, again, I don't like this. This year is super important. Because currently the charge up on the technique doesn't really matter too much. Below B2 it doesn't matter because you only consume 40 stacks. And above B2 it doesn't really matter because you run in with Mayuri and you have enough triggers, debuff triggers, that this is always reached at level 70. Like at the cap of 70. But okay, I really like this one here. Issues regarding awkward operation field target locking for Kurosaki Ichigo. We will focus on optimizing the fluency of transitions between basic attacks and combat skills. Really? That was an issue? The only issue I had is when you basic attack, it doesn't light up, it doesn't change immediately. What is rupture stacks? That's basically the breach marks. So this is the thing that you build up and then you consume during your ultimates. We will also add mechanics like entrance and transit states by holding down the basic attack. Good. Really good. Very much needed. Yeah, this is very much needed. This is so much better. And allowing basic attacks to be cast by holding the button. Yes, please. What they also needed to add here is to go into Getsuga Jujusho automatically once the spirit pressure is full. A lot of the people still don't know that if you stop attacking and then you just press the button once, this is how you can skip over the whole animation. At the same time, we will prove target acquisition. Yes, please, this is really bad sometimes. And then damage ranges to ensure hit. Yeah, this is really important. A lot of time, especially against Grimjo, he jumps up and you lose damage. Feels so bad. Regarding the production timeline, okay. Is there anything else? Like for wave control, they need to have something in here in the weapon that spreads it faster to enemies. What would be really nice if you use the ultimate, the normal Getsuga Jujusho, whatever stacks you have on the current target, it spreads to everybody else. This would make it much more reliable in wave content. Currently he loses so much damage in wave content for no reason whatsoever, even if you play him perfectly. But you know, I'm glad. I'm glad. Mirror-Side was pissing you off. Again, I see it as a closed beta. I will judge it once again once it releases, but yeah, there is a lot wrong with the game. Regarding the production timeline and release schedule for Ichigo. Ooh. Oh wait. We feel deeply apologetic regarding player feedback about poor skill coherence, sparse voice lines, and unrefined production details. What do they mean by unrefined production details? The animations? Did they? Beginner, stop hating. Wait, is this meant for the animations? Honestly speaking, as the first character from the Thousand Year Blood War arc banner, the dev team allocated resources early on for his production. The version schedule was aligned with Ichigo's birthday. Our original intention was to pull out all the stops. Our original intention was to pull out all the stops. Though we ultimately made trade-offs in skill design, traits, and entries. For instance, we brainstormed dozens of combat logics, but several classic forms failed to make it into the final live build. But why? Every new character involves tremendous time and dedication, while practical project timelines shift. We'll still strive to present a thorough vision and achieve. Where does it say that it's because of Shueisha though? It just mentions that it's failed for classic to make it into the final build. Is it something that they mention later? Animation's kinda ass compared to Ulk? I mean, to be fair, they're taking it for the Candace fight. It's not like he was doing much there either. Okay. Yeah, I cannot judge this then. Regarding combo skipping glitching bugs on Ichigo, issues occurring in combat such as auto-transformation without target lock, frame drops and ultimate skills, and logic bugs. Yes, clearly. We are actively investigating and resolving these issues. Going forward, we will place a greater emphasis on comprehensive character testing. Yeah, please, do so. The state that Tsushika Ichigo released in is not acceptable. Character design and balance. Regarding strike attribute captains feeling relatively weak in the early game. The randomness of the Mayuri technique is currently undergoing adjustments for balance and mechanics. Because the system is not fully yet mature, custom character adjustments must be handled cautiously. Please stay tuned for future announcements. Good. Too many times, especially now with Tsushika Ichigo, you had Superhuman Potion fall off because he decided to use his bombs in a dissipation. Everyone was forced to the collab? Okay. Oh yeah, true, because they had, in Grand Blue they had a collab too, right? So one easy fix that they could do is if the Superhuman Potion has less, or if the target is in dissipation, he uses Superhuman Potion. That would be the easiest way to clear this. It's so aggravating when you have enemies dissipated and he's just throwing bombs. Regarding the lack of support units for Strike Team, this is currently in development. Yeah, again, way too slow, man. With the SR Plus, they could have given us 1000 Year Blood War releases, give us Nemu, SR Plus, make her a good strike support, and people will shut up for a while. It's a W buff for Mayuri for sure, yes. Because again, this is aggravating. When you try to go for points, when you try to go for leaderboards, having this as another variable to your already randomness in the fights is just bad. So yeah, more consistency is key there. Again, I think they could have prevented this by just giving Nemo SR Plus out. As it's mine, yeah, keep an eye out for upcoming updates. Yeah, but again, Strike has been in a very bad spot, even though you had the half-year anniversary. Regarding the perception, the visual effects look impressive, but characters lack actual combat utility. During balance testing, we will further strengthen and expand test scenarios with actual combat environments. This is something that Yusek posted, right? Buff Nemo your coverts. Yes, exactly. They could buff Nemo for the time being. I mean, Rangiku is at the level, thanks to Trushika Ichigo's way of being buffed. She's at the level of Kisuke in this current team. So why not buff Nemo? Make her the dedicated support for the time being. What the heck? Yeah, this is what I meant. I called them out for this. I said in one of the streams that I'm sure that they're just using the testing on the training dummy. Like, if... Again... Way too much... Oh man, it's a freaking training dummy. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. If you cannot convert the damage into any ways against bosses because bosses counter you or whatever the case might be, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Engraving substats are difficult to roll, and passive skills are hard to max out graduate. Yes, future versions will increase the number of attribute targeted stats available for reloading. Yeah, but you see, targeted refining function featuring a pity system. While this sounds good, right? This is really nice that they mentioned this, but we have currently an event that gives you a 20% chance for the primary stat. For the primary stat. Practice dummies should be actual fights? Yes, Juan. I mean, they have actual fight, but nobody fights them. So we have currently an event going on, and we are not able to choose the primary stat rolls, the primary stat roll. We have just a chance for this, and then you have not even a chance to get secondary stat rolls on it. So it's not like, yes, I hear you, yeah, but the implementation, the current implementation, is contradicting what you're saying here. So yeah, still, I agree. This needs to be better, but this time was in the half-year anniversary already. They had a chance in the half-year anniversary to bring in such an event, right? Especially with Ulquiorra. For most people, Ulquiorra's events were dry. So having a way to get perfect rolls on his stamps, for example, would have been so nice. Yeah, it's better than nothing, but it's... I judge you by the actions, and the action currently are that the current event is very trashy. Very trashy. So, and then you put in a premium thing in there, one singular one, that gives you 4 stats maybe. And if that's paid, even worse. Yeah. I know they have to explore monetization stuff, but that's not the way, man. Suggestions to add more permanent gameplay with activities on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays. We actually do not encourage players to treat the game like a punch-in at work daily routine. So most gameplay is rolled out in form of events with relatively flexible time requirements. As development progresses, we will appropriately increase events density so that you have things to play and rewards to claim and test to do. I applaud them for this take, by the way. When I work 3-4 days. 3-4 days, right? I don't have time to test, try to fight events. I have to auto the stuff that I can, and then the rest has to be done on my free time. So I don't want to have to log into on Tuesdays, Thursdays, because people feel that we don't have content. Like, what the heck? People have lives. That's a W. I really like this mentality. I really do. I appreciate them respecting our time. Right? And to be honest, people that think like this, they're going to be burned out and tell you then 2 weeks later that they're burned out because they feel like the game becomes like a chore. Yeah, but those hardcore players are the first ones to complain that they feel like the game is like a chore, even though they requested this kind of changes. Hey Sledgevox, how is it going? So yeah, this is a W. This is a massive, massive W. Really like this one. I cannot log in on Tuesdays, man. How many times? Just real quick. The amount of times I've done the co-op boss versus the amount of time I have forgot to log in at the proper time to do them because I'm busy with sleeping, going to work and stuff. I've missed more than I participated. And that's just one thing that has a long duration already. So, and again, I think this is a compliment to the game. It shows how much people really like the gameplay, and I appreciate that they do. But please, it's still a free-to-play game, it's still a gacha game. We don't have to have 24/7 games that we need to play. We don't have to. So yeah, W take from the devs there. Big W. Big W. Suggestion to add more real-time gameplay options. We want to offer more dynamic activities. We will launch real-time battle trial modes in large-scale raids and PvP modes. Smooth out progression flows and increase event frequency so players have goals and activities to enjoy. This is the way to do this, by the way. Again, W take from the devs. W take from the devs. I hate that games will all the time constrictions. Yes, definitely. Who has played games that have specific time windows when you have to do activities? Yes, Ixan, me too. I play Dokkan Battle, and Dokkan Battle respects my time too. I can take the game at my own pace. So me being able to do the stuff that, again, 18 days to do your events is plenty of time. And if people say, yeah, I've missed the rewards, yeah, well, you had plenty of time. You know? So yeah, this is good. Dynamic events, PvP stuff, what I like though, what I would love for them to do, especially for guild content, give us a possibility to maybe engage with the PvP content against each other. No rewards, just me and my friends being able to chase ourselves into these modes, right? That would be nice. Like what I did with Malaku, you know? You load in, it would be a W, a massive W, if you could do friend battles and then you can just decide on one setup, just have standardized stats so that it becomes a fair competition. That would be fantastic. And I don't need any rewards, because then I can engage with my community and say, hey guys, listen, I will do a challenge stream where we fight together and then we can, you know, have like a build up, a little tournament, and then whoever wins gets to emote me a thumbs up or something in Discord, I don't know. But it would be fun, you know? It would be something for us to play and interact with each other. So yeah, more modes, more things to do. It's nice. I also think, personally, what I want to see is they have to go over how wave combat is played, because I think, personally, like a horde mode style of game with imagine adventure mode, but horde mode, right? There would be a lot of things like, I know this is going to go overboard, but maybe you can bring in some kind of perks. Maybe you can do it like something akin to a survival zombies modes from Call of Duty, where you have to survive. You go around the map, you have to search for perks, and then you get inundated by waves and waves and waves, and it gets harder and harder the higher you get. Something like this. But for that, the wave combat needs to be polished. It shouldn't be happening that you use Kurohitsugi with Aizen and you don't get the counter because enemies died before the last hit of the counter, which enables the counter even registers, right? I would rather leave the PvP to mirrors high. I mean, if the PvP is the same as the thing that we had, if we had like, again, the summit thing is PvP technically speaking. If that is the PvP that you have, that is fantastic. That is fantastic. Because you misattributed the testing earlier, I need to visualize how frustrating it would be with the current Eisen Battlefield skill. But again, if you had done proper testing in any wave content, that thing should have been the first thing to be catched. And it should have happened back at release when Toshiro was released too. Because it happened with Toshiro, it happened with Bankai Ichigo. It's not like it's something new. It's not something that they added by chance. I would give them I would give them a little bit of slack if it happened as a bug. You know? I wish I was. I wish I was. But yeah, I think the general vision of the game is fantastic. I really like what they are typing here. It's great. It's really good. I just think that they have to be more concise in what they really want to bring forward and in what they want to fix. That's all I'm thinking here. It lacks a little bit of detail on what they want to fix. But again, yeah, wave content would be something that would be highly enjoyable. I think they will explore that once we hit 1.5. Yeah, again, in terms of timeline, I'm not saying that they have to do this like right now. In terms of major overhauls or major addition to content or something like this, I think that you have major system changes at the half-year mark or full-year mark, right? At the half-year mark, we had the focus on the characters, we had the focus on new types of events, right? Because we had Sami Clash as a very new thing, PvP and stuff like that. I think that was a major success. The Frenzy Feast Showdown, major success. It's really cool, because up until now, and this is something that we have to see going forward, because up until now, Frenzy Feast Showdown has, you cannot just raw, yeah, you can still pay to win it, right, for the top rewards, but as somebody who just likes to engage with a showdown, you have to think how to use your account. That's major. That's like the difficulty that Frenzy Feast, the standard Frenzy Feast, cannot give you, but really adds to the gameplay, right? It's like I really enjoyed the events that we had during the half-year anniversary. I know that people think it's dry, but I think the half-year anniversary so far was really good. Ulquiorra was a little bit let down, but yeah. And even with all the player supports, devs, because the game is so good, yeah. Again, I see it on my YouTube, I see it in the Discord, I see it on Reddit. How many new players are picking up the game? And that's because people are realizing that it's not just a cash grab, and yes, it has its fault. Yes, we should have gotten all the chapters by now, and yes, we should have gotten promo and all that kind of stuff, and yes, Shueisha is cucking the game hard. But even though Shueisha is cucking the game, we are still getting more and more hype, right? So, hey man, that's great, man. Just going for B1 TS will be good for going Uryu. I would wait. I would highly recommend to wait for any investment into TSI. Wait for TSI to have his rework, and then you can decide. But when you have 4 complete teams, that becomes irrelevant. Frenzy event. Again, AJ, yes, I don't disagree with you there, but you have to see it from that perspective. You cannot have a whale mode in every single game mode that you have. Because then you give with how big the gap is between B0 and B6, what's the purpose of people even pulling for a B1 if the gap is that big, and then you dominate by just having the B6s, right? What they need to do is they need to find ways, like for example the Mighty Opponent or the Infinite Tower, to add rewards for whales to fight into, where you also are able to experience the game like everybody else does. Because let's be honest, you can get every unit for free, but that is not an excuse to have that big of a gap. That's not. just because you get every unit for free. If I go to the mall and I can enjoy some piece of cheese for free, it doesn't mean that I now have to pay $200 for another piece of cheese to be able to be enjoyable. B0 people, if you have every single mode being a paid mode, in the end, you're not going to enjoy your B0. And it is a whale thing. You already have banners, you already have a little bit more of rewards, you already have incentives on why... I'm really hungry with this reference. It's the first that sprung to mind. So you already have incentives for whaling, right? Because you are not fighting for the toughness of the boss fights, you're fighting for the points in total to beat boss fight as fast as possible. Is it engaging content? I don't know. I'm not a whale, I don't know. Personally, I think that for whales to be able to really enjoy the game as everybody else can do so too, they need to have something, 2 parts in the game where you can enjoy the content as the normal people do. You know? So again, you don't want to create a 2-class system. Because then the people that start the game, imagine this, right? You start the game, B0, then you enter the end game, and you are tier 2 Frenzy Feast Showdown. What's the point? You feel left out of the content. And that's a small line that you have to walk. It's not like World of Warcraft where you can enter easy story mode, then you have normal mode, hard mode, and mythic. People that enter easy mode, or just the rate finder mode, they're not complaining that they cannot do mythic mode. What they complain about is that they are locked out of the rewards, and because of the rewards being locked out, they cannot participate in gear score heavy content like Mythic Plus, because the general populace wants to have mythic raid gear for doing level 2 keys, right? So you're being left out because you cannot participate in this kind of stuff. And you don't want to create the same issue here, because then people are just not going to play the game. And if you don't give incentives for people at B0 to invest into characters, then what's the point of having characters at all? And people are like, so what's the point of playing in the game at all? I'm going to leave the game, who cares? You know? So that's... I understand where you guys are coming from when you spend money. I truly do it, because I mean, some of the issues that you guys have, I have it too with my Slash team, right? But at the same time, there are already incentives in the normal gameplay for whales that I think for whales specifically, they need to add more in the top end. Make it, again, use the Infinite Tower. The Infinite Tower is perfect for power scaling. Use the Infinite Tower as incentives for whales to spend their time in. Maybe Mighty Opponent. Do that Mighty Opponent with modifiers, right? So instead of having a timer, what you could do is you add modifiers to it and you can beat it with modifiers on top of it. Lots of ways for making the content viable for whales, but still giving the feel to B0 players to be able to participate in the thing. Mighty Opponent is something that is skill-based and is something that you would consider a little bit more of endgame, right? But you can do tier 1 to tier 5 with just trial character and get the rewards. You can do the boss fights with any team actually, and you still get the rewards. So what are you losing out on? Ranking and prestige. So leave that ranking and prestige to the whales and make the people participate. That's just what it is. Let them participate in the content. Don't, again, I'm beating a dead horse, I don't want to repeat myself too much here, but yeah. I don't look like Ankh, how do I look like then? Enjoy this game while you can, people, because the new Bleach game is going to turn out like Dragon Ball GT Legends. Yeah, I mean, again. Yeah, exactly, Ixon. You B0 to do the content at all, and if you feel left out, then that's not good. And this is already a problem that we have, by the way. This is already a problem that we have. You go right now B0, B1, B2 in the events to score points, and you have to use the trial characters because they are so much better performing than your own. How bad is that? That's so shitty. So now I used 18, 20, 24,000 jades to get my B2. For what? To test it against the training dummy? But then in the relevant event, where the character is designed for, I have to use my trial character because, well, the damage doesn't compare? What are we doing? What are we doing? And they in the adventure mode, they have a way, by the way, to make this go away, because you can use your own character, and then if you get lucky, you can B6 basically a character for free. So you already have the systems for this. Glad you guys enjoy me hearing me yap. Yeah, again, it's a fine balance because you don't want the whales to feel invalidated in their spending. My facial expressions, I'm very animated. I'm so animated, I swear. I'm very animated. So yeah. Again, it's a fine line. It's a very fine line that it's hard to navigate. And I'm not a massive whale in that sense, but I feel like from what I've seen, personally, I think they're on the cusp of getting it right for both. I feel like there is something a little bit missing for the whales to really enjoy the content a little bit more. It still feels like a placeholder system. Yeah, but I feel like if you have a placeholder system, then at least talk to us. Tell us, hey guys, listen, then and then we are planning this and this. Give us a roadmap. We are after the half-year anniversary and we don't nothing about what's roadmap is coming up. And it's weird. Arthur has B6 Shikatu, he's a whale, do not get baited. Fuji, man, come on, man. Why do you call me out like that? I mean, I am a dolphin. I spend a lot of money on the game already. It's not like... But the thing is, because I'm using B0s and B2s, I can see the issues for free-to-plays. I still think it's awesome for people to have trial characters. Oh, no, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that trial characters are the problem. I'm saying that the problem lies that you pull for a character and you cannot use it in the curated event that is currently ongoing because the trial character is better. That's the only thing. What they need to do, if your character is below the trial character, bring it up to the same level for the event. Give it a stat boost. It doesn't need to be... I mean, it might make the content broken. I don't know how well this works. Maybe just me talking out of my ass here. But I think there needs to be a little bit more incentives of using your own character in the designated event that is currently ongoing. Again, I think trial characters are a fantastic way for you to gauge if you want to summon for a character or not. I mean, again, the game is fantastically free to play. Very, very player friendly, customer friendly, right? You know what you get as long as you play the events. And from my free to play start of the journey, the game evolved massively in the low end, right? It's crazy, man. Like, seriously, it's really good. So let's continue. Where was I? Oh yeah, here. Gameplay. Yeah, again. Bro ain't eating anytime soon. Don't worry, man. Look. To make you happy? You know what? To make me happy. Holy crap. No. Guys, one second. Jesus Christ, it's so good. Watermelon. Holy shit. Okay, last one. Man, so good. Holy crap. Anyways. Let's see. Suggestions to optimize interactable scenes and permanent UI and hub features. Based on popular feedback regarding interactive scenes, leaderboards and guild features, we will introduce cosmetic frames and large-scale multiplayer interactive gameplay. We will also expand single-player content, including arena maps, stages, monsters, and bosses. Well, they already do this, right? I mean, we just got a new map, but this is W. Save some for us, bro? Nah, I'm sorry. I share a lot. I'm very gifting, but watermelons and sushi is something that's not non-negotiable. It's like, bro, let me have some water, because else I'm going to eat the whole thing. It's delicious. I love fruits, man. Fruits are so good. So, suggestion to introduce SR rank characters. Following Grimjaw and Ulquiorra, future plans will place greater emphasis on SR plus characters with pool quality changes. Yeah, but... Okay. What's my comfort food? Food. As long as it's good, I don't care. There is not... It's like... Watermelon with fresh baked bread? No, it's not. It should be. I'm just really... I just enjoy food in general. It's like, as long as it's good, it's fine. I can feel as bad as it doesn't matter. You can give me anything. Yeah. I eat a lot of things. I don't have a preferred cuisine either. I like Italian, I like Mexican, I like Spanish food, I like Romanian food, I like Russian food. It's so good. Watermelon with salt, not that much. I don't like the sweet and sour too much on the watermelon. I like sweet and sour, yes, but not on the watermelon. Anyways, the problem here that I have with this, by the way, and this is something that I would realize on my free-to-play. If I pick Ulquiorra or Grimjaw, right? Where do I get my weapon from? Like the first copy. What's the good in having the character without the weapon? They have to bring out events where you can farm this kind of stuff. Yeah, pray for a free one, exactly. That's what I mean. You have to buy the battle pass to get the weapon, and that's such a shitty thing to do. Because it's not like Grimjaw and Ulquiorra are going to break the game. Which is good for Kiske stamps. His own or Kenny stamps. Kenny stamps are really good. Yeah, Anton, exactly. Malaku. True. Well, okay. This is a secret, don't tell anybody, but I actually enjoy shutting up. I like to talk to you guys, I like to talk on stream, but after having talked on stream, for me that's fine. I don't have to talk permanently. When I just enjoy company, I just sit there and I'm just shutting up, I'm not talking much. Yeah, again, it's like, but this needs to be communicated here, right? You have the chance to communicate this with us here. And you already stated above that you wanted to communicate better. But then you're not telling us what's in development. So what about the weapon? What about the SR ranks? And so forth and so on, right? So. Can it be 6 weapon 5 SR plus Grim replace a B0 weapon 1 limited? Maybe. Maybe. It's tough to say because we haven't gotten them yet to compare. And the weapon is paid, so we have 3 more months to wait for that question to be answered. I would like to see SR pluses be different roles than the current limited character. Yes, Ixen. I think they missed they missed so hard. They could have gone for people that wanted to have Ulquiorra. Hey, saludos, Junior. How is it going? I don't speak Spanish, by the way, or Portuguese, for the matter. They could have gone, and this Ulquiorra here could have been Tactician. Easily. There was no reason for it not to be Tactician. For a 6-month investment, that's quite a lot. That's a lot to ask for. No. No Portuguese. The only thing that I know in Portuguese is obrigado. Italiano. Italiano, francese, Deutsch, English, Привет, a little bit of Russian. I can say Привет and как дела. Hopes to introduce other forms of Orihime and Retsu Unohana. Popular characters including Retsu Unohana and other forms of Orihime, who cares, are on the candidate list for character production. What do you mean Unohana is not in production yet? That game. That game. No, any reminding words? No. I think. No, that's Polish. That's Polish, and I cannot say it on stream because my stream is in English, and the word in Polish sounds the same as in English, but means kissing in Polish. So I'm not going to say it. Which are the 3 common characters for 1000 years? I don't know. Salut? Salut? Because you pronounce the T hard, right? So... Question. Suggestion to update story content and animations. At game launch, we already know this. At game launch, the production of the first 8 chapters was completed and they had licensing issues there. However, the supervisory approval process for original story content, and especially 3D animations, far exceeded our original expectations. Due to the repetitive revisions and lengthy procedures, under the current environment, we are forced to tilt more supervisory resources towards characters and new version of the content. So basically what this means is Shueisha is forcing them to put their resources into the characters and the things that they are going to license right now, instead of the things that they already licensed but they don't want to approve for release. That's a big middle finger to everybody who wants to have story here. Which I don't understand. I don't understand how this works, okay? You have a license, you already approved some of it, but then you go back and you don't approve the rest? That's so dumb. But we also know, by the way, that this was a big issue because of Grimjo. Grimjo was delayed because of this. Apparently, but this is not on Shueisha. It came out like 3 or 4 weeks ago that Detsu, who is doing the voice lines and stuff like that, had claimed problems with the license when it came to Grimjo. So we are fighting against 2 license holders. We are fighting against Shueisha and we are fighting against Detsu. It's an underdog story and we root for the underdogs in this house. Yes, we do. Again, I love BSR so much. Like, just... I know it sounds really stupid, but just the amount of time that I can invest into trial only to try to score as high as possible to compete with people that invest in their characters, it's insanely fun to me. This is so fun. I really like the gameplay. Yes, it can be improved, blah 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 blah, yada yada yada, but it's so fun. And then the animations are peak. I don't know, but maybe it's just me glazing Tsushika Ichigo, but his animations are really beautiful, man. So beautiful. When he swings around, he jumps up. Oh, man. And the way that it holds the dual wield, on the one hand he slashes down and then he turns around and basically steps back. Wow, so good, so good. But the problem is that it's basic attacks, so you barely see them. Okay, suggestion regarding Optimus Ultimate's kill visual effects and cutscenes. Popular characters will receive priority in visual impact and animation design during character creation. Duh. Please look out for upcoming previews and teasers? Are they going to go away with AI trash? Doubt. That's what I have. We will see after the buffs how it's gonna be. Yeah, again. I've been critical about TSI. Yeah, from the looks of it, we are going to get teasers. Yeah, but if the teasers are just AI generated garbage, can we really account for this? Ang stopped placing TS is mid at best in terms of design. No, he's not. He's not. He looks great. You can argue that, for example, his Crescent Moon isn't as impressive as it should be. You can argue that his Getsugas aren't looking as nice and tidy as they should be. But the general flow that he has, the dual wielding animations that he has, very, very natural. The idle animations that he has. When he steps back and charges up for the Transcendence, if you look closely, if you slow it down, the animation that he does is so cool. So cool. They put a lot of effort into the base animations, just that the general visual fidelity doesn't compare to what Ulquiorra has, right? Because Ulquiorra just looks so much better and he has more intricacies when he does stuff. But if you compare Ulquiorra to Aizen, and I'm not talking about the Segunda Etapa, the 1 second screen flash that he has. Take Ulquiorra and put him against Aizen in terms of idle animations, in terms of general animations on top of everything else, and Aizen mocks him. Easily. Aizen has the throwback here, he does 2 basic attacks and he has another way of sheathing his swords. He has so much when he comes out of Kyoga Suigetsu and you go into idle stance. He has an idle stance for Kyoga Suigetsu. Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? White Ichigo, when he goes into Bankai, he has 2 different facial expressions, for example. He has idle animations depending on where he is in the attack string when he goes back into idling. Why is that a thing? That's amazing. That's an amazing amount of detail for this kind of characters, where most people don't even see it. And I'm going to glaze these characters to high heavens just for that. Okay, let's keep going. I'm talking about everything else but the devs stuff here. Suggestion regarding artwork and illustration updates. This game gives me disgusting vibes, but the bad ones. Which one, Milu? Bleach Mirror's High or Bleach Soul Resonance? Story progression and imprint animations have far exceeded our original production scope. Frequent revisions require high resources, but we want to present more characters and lore properly. We're pushing forward new chapter development as fast as possible and ask for your patience. So this is once again Shueisha just being an hindrance here. Because again, I understand what the devs are saying here, because if they have to send it in, wait for a revision to come because they don't even know how fast they are, they have to wait for the revisions to come back before they make an adjustment, then they have to change one singular voice line, like with Grimjo, they have to send it back in, they have to wait. Come on guys, what are we doing, man? Fuck Shueisha. Can we have a F Shueisha in chat real quick for this? Official stance and communication. Disappointing handling, slow bug fixes, lack of compensation and subjective announcements. I will get into this in a second. There may have been misunderstandings regarding our communication. Can we have misunderstandings if there is no communication? Just asking my empty room here in the chat. For several issues affecting balance and player experience. But by the way, I'm loving the cam because I see that you can see how expressive I am. And now you have to imagine I was this all the time, even without the webcam. It's just me, okay? So now you have the full package. No, I didn't mean it that way. For critical bugs, our team works overnight to fix and rework them. Yeah, that's true. They fix bugs were relatively fixed. And I mean, I can understand that they are not doing this like this for characters because they want to first understand how it impacts the characters, right? I'm Italian after all, Mr. Miracle. I don't have a full package. While our process still needs refinement, resolving the issues remains our top priority and appropriate follow-up compensation will be provided. Now, the thing here is communication lapses, the community frustration regarding operational responses. Let me read the next one too. Let me read this one too. This was an operational shortcoming on our end. The team is addressing the issues directly. Insufficient depth in past responses contributed to community frustration. Going forward, we will improve communications channel for major announcements and provide regular updates. That's good. But what channel? Can we know which channels they are talking about? Because I would like to be subscribed to those channels so that we know. Not only that, when it comes to this here, and I'm going to mention this once again, it is, for the lack of a better term, despicable that they release a character, they fix the text without prior warning that it's going to be fixed, without mentioning that the text is already working as intended, and then not give any compensation to those who have already summoned. Absolutely disgusting. This needs to be compensated. People pulled for the character based on the description on the boundaries. No, not having any mention of that one in here is a little bit concerning, not gonna lie. Because it's like, oh well, shucks, it happens. It was a bug. We fixed it though, didn't we? So all is good. Yeah, but no, it's not. It's not. Not only that, but also the amount of time, and you said this in the Discord too, the amount of times that we had characters being broken at release. Tsushika Ichigo should never have been released this way. It doesn't matter if they had to rush it. I don't care. I understand Treasure, people are pups, but the state was not... If they knew that the state of Tsushika Ichigo was not good enough, they should have given compensation right there in the mail. Give us a multi, say, hey guys, and this is the communication that they needed. Hey guys, because of problems with licensing, whatever the case might be, but because of problems, Tsushika Ichigo will be receiving buffs or reworks in the future. Please keep an eye out. This is compensation for the trouble caused. And that's done. Easy. That would have been easy, an easy fix to the problems. Communicate. Even if it was a half of a summon, right? It would have been nice because people were like, oh look, they're communicating, they're forthcoming, and fix it. It's like, come on man. We can blame a lot on Shueisha, but this is on them. Clearly. I didn't expect something good coming from Banda, but holy immigrate as with PvP. Again, Milu, I would wait. I don't think the game is in a current good state to be released anytime soon. No, I know, I'm not cutting them any slack at all. It's not... This is not how you treat a customer. Imagine going to a restaurant and you're like, hey, I have a nut allergy, and they bring you some food with nuts in there, and then they come out and they're like, oh, by the way, our bad, we had put in nuts in there, but instead, you know, You know that you are allergic. You will feel the allergic reaction. So we already called the ambulance. That's not a response that you want to have from somebody that does a major mistake. It is a major mistake. You pay money for this. I'm surprised that there is no law action suit because of this, because this is false advertising. This is switch and bait in certain countries. In Switzerland, this is considered switch and bait because you're selling something that is not there. It's not. No slack for this. No, not at all. That has been like this toxic access. It's like, again, yeah, critique were appropriate. And this is something that they majorly messed up. And the problem that I have with this, it can happen, right? It can happen. But this is your headlining character for a major collaboration that brings a lot of eyes to your character. Imagine being a new player, summoning for Trushika Ichigo, and then permanently getting any buffs, and you're like, why is the gameplay changed? I expect them to fix stamina tomorrow. Let's see what else they do after all this feedback come their way. Did Mr. Miracle, did they say that they're going to make changes during the closed beta phase? Because I don't know, I haven't followed that. But again, yeah, the state is not that good. Okay, so further on, suggestion to increase boss HP floors in guild boss challenges. Add a retry mode for co-op subjugation, yes. Add multi-battle, multi-sweep functionality for holo purification. Why? We should start blackmailing them? Yes. Trust me, it won't be better at release. Yeah, again, but that's their own demise, you know. When it comes to content creation, for me, it's like, if the game is not presentable in a presentable state, if I cannot stand behind the game, I'm not going to cover it. I may be playing it for me, for myself, just as a side game, to have something else next to this game, but it's not something. If it releases in that state, it's going to be dead on arrival. Let's be honest. Yeah, Mr. Miracle. I think, again, I don't think that was a wise decision to do a closed beta test. And even with an NDA, that wouldn't have resolved these issues because people were talking anyways. So it was good that at least they didn't have an NDA to showcase what the game really is. I mean, they did have other plans for the character which they couldn't implement because of the Dark Forces and the rush out of what we have now. Yes, but Niva, but that's not an excuse for a switch and bait. They could have delayed, because remember guys, we were still going on with the summoning. It was an hour or 1.5 hours into our patch cycle that they did the change. They could have postponed it by 2 hours. Extend the maintenance, like many games do. Give compensation for the longer maintenance, 300 jades, 600 jades, who cares? And then say there was a critical bug, and nobody would have better than I. No problem at all. What they did though was worse. They are so adamant and keeping on time with their own timeline that it's going to hurt them in the long run if they keep doing this. You suggest, which is good for Kiske. Personally, I think Zaraki is used for crit rate and crit damage, and his own stamp are used for team boost damage. His own stamp, if you can get enough crit damage built up, it will outscale Kenpachi's one, right? But the problem is, as a cheap version, that the amount of resources you have to put to farm those stamps is very, very high. So Zaraki's own stamps are the cheaper version, and the difference is so minimal that if you just want to give good stamps to Kiske, it's easier to do so with Kenny stamps. How much is enough? In what terms? Wasn't Lord in the beta of BSR? No, the data mines. It was in the data mines. The icon was in there. I hope so, Milu. I hope so. In crit damage. For the Kenpachi stamps or what? I would say as soon as you get above 220% crit damage with Kiske stamps, that's a good time to switch over. 200, 220. But again, if you have a really good Kenny stamps, then keep the Kenny stamps. The difference is so small, it doesn't really matter too much. Dragon Ball Legend does this all the time, and they don't even listen to players unless players are stopped playing. Or yeah, but that's Sledgeworks. That's why during the 6th year we had the biggest drop in Dragon Ball Legends ever in terms of revenue, right? And only during the peak of the celebrations there was a back up. So it's like, again, and they learned, and the 8th year was much better. So still, which do you prefer for your stamps? I'm using Kiske stamps. Because my Kiske stamps are very high end. Ramika, true. You're too good for the world. You cannot use stamps, else you break the game. Okay, let's suggest to add a secondary password to prevent accidental melting dismantle of max tier graded engravings. Yeah, but come on, guys. How much hand-holding do you need? What do they mean by password? Like a prompt to ask to not deal. I mean, you have lock. Okay, I mean, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really affect me. So if there are players that need this, then it's fine if they implement this. I don't care about that too much, but yeah, it shouldn't be needed. Type del to confirm. Yeah. If they make it an option to turn it off, then I'm fine with it. Because I personally don't need it. I can understand where they're coming from. I am, but... Crit damage, Mafia. Just crit damage. You want to have ultimate charge rate and crit damage for Kiske. He needs to get to the ultimate with 2 Behemoths, ideally. Even better if you can get 3 quarters with just the ultimate charge rate with 1 Behemoth. Because then you can drop the Giga on top of the enemy and you have the full ultimate there. And just in case that they miss one. Look at the 70th year anniversary, such a shitty kid. They used MUI Goku and Vegeta and still... Yeah, but again, they started to learn and now the game is in a very good state. Very good state. In fact, this anniversary, 2 times back-to-back top grossing. Never happened in Dragon Ball Legends. Never happened. And you look at the meta shifts that they have, they're really good. If you had Goku Black, physical, yellow, and you had blue, ultimate ultra villain, ultra super saiyan god, Rosé, you had a resurgence of these 2 characters and you had a meta team for the longest time of the anniversary. And that's great. That's good. So again, if Bleach Mirror's High can somehow fix the clunkiness in the combat, fix the major disappointment that is the gacha system, because again, you're telling me I have to summon for a premium character and my PT is a guaranteed standard SSR? Yeah. No. Okay, so again, this doesn't matter. If people need this, I always advocate for accessibility options, and if I can opt out of them, great. And if not, okay, well, it is what it is, but if people need this, that's fine. I don't mind. Suggestion to rerun Resurrection Ulcura skin? Yes, please. We need those. Yeah, we already see this quite a lot. I don't know why Crunchyroll has such a problem with this. The question that I have here with the cheating, is it only based on who the publisher is? Is this not based on in-game tag, basically? We say this game doesn't auto-lock your weapon stamp, so that's an accident and that lost customer waiting to happen. True, Ixon. That's why I say that it's okay to have this kind of... I mean, again, it doesn't bother me really, right? So it's fine to have it. More options to more people. That's fine. Again, accessibility, I'm all for it. So yeah. I don't know, Sapphire, what you missed, to be honest. It feels like a mistake. Again, I've participated in a lot of beta tests. The state that some games were in, and the state that 2 months later the game was when they released. Oftentimes it was the same. Oftentimes, I cannot say oftentimes, but a lot of times it was the same, right? There wasn't much feedback taken into consideration there. Anthem was such a game. There have been a lot of games like this. Outriders, for example, was such a game, as an example, not an example. You see this a lot with online games. World of Warcraft beta feedback was barely considered going into DLCs and stuff like that, right? So it's not like betas have a record of changing things for the better. In fact, betas have more likely the factor of not changing for the better. So I'm skeptical, and it's Bandai. So yeah, here the cheating. I don't know. I've seen some cheats on A+, but they get banned fairly quickly, actually. They will kill any chance for the game to survive. I would argue, because they have knowledge on how Dragon Ball Legends know, I would argue that they know how to exploit the people properly. So they will find ways how to make it seem like, because this is now a common tactic, right? This is a really common tactic currently. You produce a really big shitstorm, then you walk it back and people are like, oh, look at them. Holy zoom, chill. Come on, camera. Hey, chill. Thank you. And then you're like, oh, our savior, they listened to us, they walked it back, and it's just a worse version, like a better version of the bad things, right? It's like, yeah, you know, I compare this like this. This sounds like something that I've experienced, but just take the analogy as it is. This is like somebody has a dog, comes to your house, the dog craps on your carpet, and they're like, well, it's not that bad because I've perfume here, spray the perfume on the crap, and they tell you, but it doesn't stink. But you still crapped on my carpet. That's what most companies do. They crap on your carpet, and they're like, yeah, but look, it doesn't stink, so it's fine. It's the good crap, it's not the bad crap. I don't want Minos High to go down the route of DBL meta shifts characters in the last 3 months. Yeah. Let me go there. Let me go there. How to put this? I love Goresh. I love watching Goresh. I really appreciate what Goresh does. He has a lot of knowledge. I learned a lot of him. But when a big YouTuber goes and says that a meta shift needs to happen every 3 months for the game to be engaging, just because he has to follow the meta because of content contradictions, that's on you, not on the game, bro. If I pulled an Ultra Gogeta and I want to use it for 6 months, that's what it is. They have a lot of ways to fine-tune the metas around certain specific characters. And no, the meta shouldn't be revolving on a specific timer to change. It shouldn't. Yes, it needs to shift. Maybe instead of going on a key disruption heavy meta, you go into card destruction heavy meta, right? I understand. But advocating for a 3 month shift just because you don't want to fight the same characters, the same meta teams that you as the content creator are propagating, again, an analogy here that I'm not saying that that happened to me. I'm just saying, if I eat the chocolate of the Christmas calendar of my brother, or his chocolate that he received from the grandma on Easter, and then he eats mine back, I cannot be mad on him because he's a bad example on how to handle this situation. I cannot eat it away and tell him, yeah, well, but I'm the big brother, and so you have to just take it and let me leave with your chocolate. Again, I'm not saying that this is a real situation. I'm just saying that's just an analogy. I really hope you become the face of BSR. Oh, thanks so much, bro, Romika. I appreciate the sentiment. This is why Ryuden beta creator is in general. Yeah, because again, I think I feel like Ryuden has similar vibes to me, you know? He looks at the game and he's just trying to enjoy it for whatever it is, especially even in bad metas, right? Because if you generally enjoy the game, that's what you're going to do. You're just going to enjoy the game. We have a dry content period. Okay, well, we are going to play less, but the time that we spend in the game, we are trying to enjoy it. And that's what he does, and that's fair. Gorish is more on the high end, right? He's going to show you what the max capacity is. And that's important too, because you need to see the balance in between, right? At the same time, he plays on a completely different level, not in terms of skill, but in terms of what his account can provide, that the issues that he has is valid to criticize what's going on at that level, but you still have to keep in mind what's happening underneath, right? And I think sometimes Gorish just forgets what's happening underneath. And yes, he mentioned he plays in JP, he plays that, I know he tries to cover his ass for this, but still he makes the statements, and I just disagree with it. That's all that there is to it. I still think he's a fantastic content creator. I still think that the insight that he provides is a very good one, no matter if it's Bleach, no matter if it's Dragon Ball Legends or Dokkan Battle. And I wish I was as good of a content creator for Bleach as he is for Dragon Ball, you know? But at the same time, I don't want to lose my positivity because, again, I feel like sometimes Goresh is very glass half empty. I'm enjoying BSR for those reasons, yeah. And again, BSR, for me, the main reason why I'm enjoying it is because I can just play characters and have peak animations. Nah, Romika. I don't like to debate other content creators. There is no real reason to do so, to be honest. Because it's like, what are we going to debate? The way that they're doing content? That's their prerogative. Who am I to judge how they do content? It's like... And especially if you take content creators like Giku, Aroniero, who do this basically for their living, they have to do content on a different scale, on a different level than I have to, right? So you cannot even really compare on what they want and how they do. About certain characters and stuff and builds. Yeah, but again, what does it mean to engage with those people? Because it's like, what am I going to talk about? Somebody who doesn't know that SR Orihime gives all attack damage, all type damage, sorry, and attack percentage. It's just not a good thing, because then it's like, okay, on what are we going to base the discussion on, you know? It's not about annihilating or dominating discussion. It's not about that. Because I can talk to AJ, for example, and AJ can provide me something that I don't know, because he is spending a lot of money, and then we can have a proper discourse, right? I don't want to have an argument with people. I want to have discussions in the sense that I have to be right. What I want to do when I talk to people is I want to have your guys' insight so that I can understand where you guys are coming from to enlarge my point of view. Because I'm seeing certain things in ways that are influenced by my way I do content, by my way that I can use my characters. A good example is, for example, you take the discussion that I had in Discord with AJ, right? AJ showcased how much the discrepancy of 3% can mean at the high end, in which for us at the lower end it doesn't have any impact whatsoever, because if you're doing 8 mil DPS or 7.9 mil DPS, it doesn't change much, but at his level it can change quite a lot between being place 1 or place 10 or place 20. And if you're not being able to place in the top 3 for certain events, for example, that means quite a lot. So yes, while I am still looking from what kind of value can I gain from the discussion to bring to the normal people, to the people watching this, I still have to accept the fact that he enriched my point of view from a perspective of a higher level, right? And that's what a discussion should be when you bring together content creators, for example, is giving more broad views to as much of an audience as possible, so that people stop thinking in white and black. If a character comes out and you're not being able to perform well from the get-go, while you had 2 months of time to perfect the rotation with another character, doesn't mean that the character needs a buff. You need more practice. It's just what it is. People stop spreading useless info and FOMO, but they will regardless. A discussion is not going to stop that, because it's something about mentality that you if people are upset, they're going to leash out at anything that sticks, right? Anything that engages with their own upsetness. I don't know if that's a word. But again, what are we going to discuss about? We can sit there and discuss how bad it is with Shueisha, but it won't change how Shueisha acts towards the devs, right? So even Giku has a massive following, and everybody agrees that Shueisha is trash. You know? No, I haven't. I don't like. I just have too much going on. I see podcast-style content with multi-creators generally being good, but the debates tend to lead to drama. Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, if you're going to talk, for example, if you're just mashing everybody together and you're going to talk about certain topics like dry content, right? We can talk how somebody perceives dry content, and because Giku has a bigger following, he sees and hears more about what people feel like is the dry content, for example. So you can have a good discussion about this. But personally, the style of content that I do doesn't lead well to this kind of topics, you know? Hey Jalal, how's it going? So anyways, we still didn't finish here. So the last 2 questions. Suggestion to optimize trading and growth items mechanics. Currently in productions, yes please. All of this is mostly a problem for lower level. Yeah, well, leveling up I didn't have too much trouble actually. I had a lot of good things going on here. Suggestion regarding camera angles, visual performance during combat. We adjusted the skill camera angles and refined hit stop impact feedback. Yeah, this is important. Yeah, so far I liked what they showcased here. In terms of communication, they really have to improve, and emails just doesn't cut it, in my opinion. So yeah, good changes. I like them. I would have liked if they went a little bit into what they're looking into exactly with Kurosaki Ichigo Dual Blade Zangetsu. Because this changes to Transcendence is needed, but does it mean that they're looking to cut down the time that he is in Transcendence, for example? It's all good stuff, yeah. The only critique that I have is that I'm missing the little bit more info to the roadmap ahead. That's all that I'm missing. But it's good stuff. I want PSR to let us 5-set the core stem purple materials to convert into orange. Yeah, anything that helps convert stuff, right? What are you going to do? I mean, I'm sitting on thousands upon thousands of EXP for my stamps. I'm never going to use them up. Never. So... Hey! I'm sorry, I don't speak Arabic, I don't know your name, but thank you so much for being here. Sorry I'm late. What do you think of Bleach Mirror's High? There is a lot of work to be done. I like the idea of the game. I like how the card system is different to what Dragon Ball Legends does, but the combat in itself needs a lot more refining. A lot more refining. Because you can move around, but it doesn't mean much. So yeah. And again, I think personally also when it comes to content creating itself, one thing that I saw a lot is that, for example, people trash talk other content creators because they have people with more expertise providing video footage to them. And I'm like, yeah, but leave them. Because again, we don't know what their daily schedule looks like. We don't know what they're focusing on. And you have somebody like Aroniero who is doing multiple videos. It's not like a video takes 5 minutes to make. My guides. I have to go through 5 different teams, right? I just take my Trushiko Ichigo guide. 5 different teams. Then I have to test them in different settings. I have to test them in normal boss fights. I have to test them in training dummies. I have to test different rotations against different boss fights. You can take around 5 to 10 hours depending on what character and how big the teams are or the setups are and how intricate the rotations are and the timings are. Just 10 hours to test the rotations, right? Then you have to consider testing the set stamps. You have to consider just playing the content and seeing how they fare in the content. And we're talking about 15 hours of work. Then you have to record, and because my English is not that good, because I sometimes say something in an English word that isn't meant to be said, in a sense that it doesn't fit contextually, I have to redo what I did. And I have to redo I have to record this in a way that it doesn't seem like I'm chopping up the video every single time, right? So even a 2-minute segment can take me half an hour, because what I'm going to say, even if I write down a script, I'm trying to not write the script perfectly, because I want to have the free form of myself being put in there. And I tried doing scripts, and for me scripts doesn't work. So even just recording a video can take me, a guide can take me up to 4 hours, as an example, right? And this is not even exaggerating. So this is a day of work for a guide, and then they put a buffs notice an hour later, and the whole work is gone for nothing. Well, not entirely. There's still some value there, right? But now imagine having to cover, like Giku, for example, Jujutsu Kaisen. Then what does it cover? BSR, he covers, I think, another game. I haven't checked in with him in a long while. Aroniero doing the same, going through patch notes, going through dev notes and stuff like that. And then you have to have your own schedule. 7 years, exactly, 7 years. It's a lot, So I cannot blame anybody for doing this as a work, as their full-time job, in not spending that much time with just a 6.6 million video that I made, right, with 10 million. It was 5 hours of me trying to get above 6.5 mil, because I was stuck at 6.2, because, well, we don't have any core stamps, we don't have set stamps, I don't have any stats. It's basically all, do I crit or do I not crit? I had a run where at the last minute, the very last ultimate that I did, it was a non-crit with Ichigo. I came out at 6.3. I wasted half an hour just for that, you know? So I don't blame them if they have good people playing the game and just providing video footage. I don't blame them, really. I just enjoy the process. I personally enjoy the process of testing this stuff, right? I don't want to, because first and foremost, it also enables me to understand what free-to-play people go through when they have to use trial characters. And it also showcases the characters in how they are being played very differently than when you have the core stamp and the weapon stamp. So yeah, there is that. Anyways, guys, I think this is W. Really good, really good. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a half an hour break. Yeah, half an hour break. And then I will be coming back with some content for BSR. I'm going to try the Frenzy Showdown, and I think I have a little bit of content to do on the free-to-play too. So we're going to push through the dailies together, No. No breaks 24 hours. Wouldn't work because I have to go to work. If Resonance implements the same PvP style as One Piece Fighting Path, that's gonna be so good. Yeah, but does it work? I've only seen Fighting Path. I don't exactly know what it does. Could it be worked into this? Hey Ixen, thank you so much for being here for the dev notes, and yeah, have a good night, have a good sleep. You too, Anton. And if I don't catch you later, have a good night. That's me! Why is you popping up? So yeah, anyways guys, I will be back in 30 minutes. So, take care, and if I don't see you anymore, I wish you a very nice evening, very nice day, whatever time it be in your zone, and then I will catch you maybe in the comments or in the Discord. And for those that are going to rejoin me, see you in 30 minutes. Thank you, you guys too. See you later.